Just right click your portrait,
Welcome
I should
back
say.
to session 2 of Blood Lament. I know how to use OBS, I swear. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I am Esper, your dungeon master, and I have these 4 fine fellows back with us once again. We're going to do a really quick introduction and also a really quick recap, and I'm excited to get right in because we left at a interesting and somewhat tense moment at the threshold of unknown danger and adventure. Go ahead, guys. You want to introduce yourselves?
Hello, my name is AJ Pickett. You can find me on YouTube and Twitter mostly. And I produce lore videos on Dungeons and Dragons.
Hey there, my name is Jared. I'll be playing Atticus, the Paragon Sovereign, with my Ichoriite companion.
Hello, everyone. I'm JB. Most of you know me as Drop the Die on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Vampire Free, like literally everywhere. I make Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition tabletop RPGs. You can find me on Twitter mostly. Today, I will be playing Cynus Gekis Omeris. He is an Ichoriite Gladiator, one of the new fighter subclasses in Esper's Emporium.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dimos. I will be playing Grazam Vlaxma, the Swamp Dwarf, and he's a Majesty domain cleric. He will try to honor his god through his companions.
Good luck to you all. So, your characters are on a peculiar task. I'm going to give something of a quick timeline, and then we're going to jump in. So, you're in a region known as the Fertile Splay, a warm region that has a river running through its center, ends in a delta in the north. To the west, there's a kingdom ruled by the Tarbeer Palace. To the east, there's a kingdom ruled by the Golden Palace. They have long been allied kingdoms. Your characters have pieced some information and gathered some details, and you're starting to form a picture of a history of events. So I'm going to just recap what your characters know and discovered last session. So about 20 years ago at the Tarbeer Palace, whose image you all are seeing here, those that are watching, there were twin princes, Obar and Obaya, that were imprisoned for some murder, is some murderous deed, something very foul, because they were, their royalty, and they were thrown into the dungeon seemingly forever. Shortly after that, a civil war erupted. That it was not actually the two kingdoms against each other. It was actually a class-based. It was like a rebellion from a lower class, or almost a laborer, even slave class, against the ruling class and the general populace. And it was throughout both the kingdoms. It was a 5-year brutal civil war. Both sides suffered heavy losses, including the king and queen of the Golden Palace. And eventually it ended with the uprising being quelled. The rebels were defeated by the monarchs. After that war, Tarbeer Palace was not doing well. They were very slow to recover. A few years after the war, they were struck by a drought that hit them terribly hard. And then a few years after that, they were struck by a plague that wiped out some of their members of their noble house and the city. It's like a town with a palace at its center. The high priest of Tarbeer, which Tarbeer is a very religiously oriented traditional house, their high priest at that time was the high priest Erudoka, who died in that plague. The current leader of the Golden Palace is the daughter of the king and queen who died, one Akhet Shalmira, also known as the Sorceress Queen, as she has proven to have sorceress power. She summoned you all to a secret meeting, and she revealed to you that a honored warrior of the Golden Palace, one Miramon Dahaba, has suspected that the Tarbeer, who are nearly on the brink of collapse, both economically and culturally, they are cursed. He believes they're cursed. He believes they have something that they're hiding, some misdeed, some dark past. And against the queen's wishes, he infiltrated their undercroft, and he has not returned. The queen summoned you all to go and look for him. This is particularly important to Atticus, as you are friends with Miramon. Your fathers, though your father is deceased now, but your fathers served together in the local army, in the regional army.
His father.
What's that?
His father's deceased. My one
I'm sorry. I've switched that around. Yes, it's Miramon's father that died along with the king in the war. Your father did not. And you have a companion that previously served your father, now serves you, also an Ichoriite, a bronzen-skinned person imbued with life from the gods, much like Cynus here. So you all have traveled to...
Remus.
Remus, yep. So you all have traveled to the Tarbeer Palace, posing someone as merchants and guardians of the merchants, guardsmen. And at first, it seemed like you maybe weren't going to be let inside, as they don't really have much of a buying power at the moment. But you were vouched for by a foreign merchant named
Esopek.
Esopek. I almost said Esopul. Esopek. Esopek Salur. He is from a different kingdom. He's from across the desert to the south. And you all have traded with him, bartered with him, the trade goods you brought. And then particularly Atticus, you got some information from him. And he has said that indeed he believes there is some kind of fell, terrible curse upon House Tarbeer. Their current high priest, Eshok, is not here. He's on some kind of spiritual retreat. He's gone off to see an oracle out in the steppe lands. So he's gone for the moment. When he'll be back, no one's sure. I guess it could be any time. What else? Esopek also told you that he serves this master Odion, the lord of the House of 11 Stars, at this oasis across the desert, and that Odion had sent a different agent, a kind of warrior agent, adventurer type, a couple years ago to investigate. He wasn't entirely clear. He didn't let everything out of the bag. He didn't let the cat out of the bag. But apparently this agent, who he referred to as Snakebiter, never returned from Tarbeer. You don't know. It's not clear what happened to the Snakebiter fellow. He was sent to Tarbeer Palace, but just kind of never came back, and no one ever heard from him again. So it is nighttime. You all are at a shop/residence of Esopek. He's a very dark-skinned man, wears a turban and loose flowing desert clothing, linens, and has some nice jewelry. And he's treating you as his guest. He's fed you. He's offered you. You can sleep like in the the main room on comfortable mats or cloth rolled out. But you all have decided, no, we're gonna try to get into this undercroft of Tarbier Palace tonight. You think the front door is a bad move. It's well guarded. There's guards inside, and you're trying to not actually start a new war, right? You're not trying to actually attack Tarbier. You're trying to find Mirabon, or at least gather information. It's kind of a reconnaissance mission. Okay, my recap has gone too long, so take it away, guys. What do you do?
So how are we getting into this place? We scaling up the outside?
Well, from what I recall of what I was told, at the back of the palace there is a door, perhaps warded, perhaps locked, and is attended to by a priest every now and again. I feel like I do not want our noble guest here, Esper, to be involved in what we're about to do. So once we leave this business, we can never come back here, at least if we're caught. So my plan is, perhaps we should go at the back of the palace, try to find this priest, or maybe wait till he shows up, and hopefully without much bloodshed, get inside, or at least without giving much tension. Who knows what we'll find inside though? Perhaps guards? All sorts of rumors fly around this town. We'll have our weapons ready.
Imagine there won't be as many guards as there used to be, because this place is not earning as much money as it used to, and guards are expensive.
Well, whatever we find in there, it'll hopefully lead to an answer of Miramon and where he's going.
Well, I feel pretty stealthy tonight. Why don't I go and check out the place, see what we're dealing with?
So I've got a question for Esper. Do we have to leave through the front gate to get to the back of the castle?
You do not. There is a curtain wall, a fortified curtain wall with a few towers. That is the outer parameter of the whole settlement. You've already gotten through that. You already got through the front gate with the help of Esper. So you're not far away from the actual palace keep. You could access the front door, or you could, like you said, sneak around back to the undercroft door, which is where Pickett said she was able to glean that that's where Miramon was trying to go. Miramon with two companions, by the way.
Esper, I'm sorry. So how far is the palace from where we are now? Is it less than half an hour?
2 arrows flights away. You were at the settlement already.
It's pretty close.
Okay.
You were already at Tarbier Palace, and the actual palace keep is, you could just walk there in a minute.
Do we know anything about Miramon's companions?
You know that one was a druid from the desert, kind of a harsh fellow. I don't know if you got the name. The other is Vitsa the Scorpion, a plucky treasure hunter who is actually from the town of Doreo, where Atticus and Cynus are from.
Guys, can you give me 1 hour? If you give me 1 hour, I can cast a ritual, and my god can give us an unseen servant that could help you with this secret door that no one wants us to be seen to.
Might be useful.
What are you saying?
Yep.
Are you okay with that?
It's back, eats another grape. Yeah, sure.
Okay. DM.
Grazam, the ritual to cast the unseen servant is a mere 10 minutes.
Yes.
Maybe he takes an hour.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. No. Yeah. Yeah. 10 minutes then. Since you are so faithful to our purpose, my God will give him just in 10 minutes a discount just for us. Okay, so I would love to spend 10 minutes and cast the Unseen Servant.
Okay. So Grazam goes through whatever you do, maybe repetitions of different prayers or mystical incantations.
Yeah.
And are you doing the celestial servant or just a regular unseen servant?
No, the unseen servant.
Okay.
I need to be 60 feet from him.
So an invisible presence appears near Grazam, ready to do your bidding.
Mm-hmm. So we are ready to go. If we need to do anything shady, we can send him off first then. Yep.
How do you know it's a him?
Me neither. I'm just assuming, you know. No. You don't have his consent. Please don't touch. Please don't touch.
I don't know what I'm touching. How do you know it's there?
Let's go then.
A grape ricochets off something invisible in the room. All right, it's there.
Dimos,
Right.
what is the
Take
command
a couple
for
of
your
chicken
unseen
legs to
servant?
go.
Sorry, what?
What is your command for your unseen servant?
Okay. I want to command him. You there? I don't know where exactly I'm pointing at. You will go in front of us and you will try to see if that door is locked when we see the door that he talked.
Okay. Is the idea for your entire group to be hiding and sticking to cover and concealment to get like within view of this back door?
Yes. First, yes. I guess.
Okay. Excellent. So you leave the shop of Esopek, who is much into his cups, and he's already, wished Atticus good luck and bade him to be careful, and he'll also take good care of your donkey. Outside, the warm day is gone. It's totally faded away, and the night is quickly getting cool. You hear the soft chirping of crickets. There is not a great deal of noise. The town really is quiet at night. The whole place seems to have gone to sleep. Here and there, you can hear, a bit of rustling. You do see a few lights on in some windows. The palace itself
sounds spooky.
There is steam drifting out of certain structures of this palace. It's got these large, blocky, square towers with pointed domed tops, and 3 of them are quite tall. But there's a steam. Maybe they have baths or something inside that's now mixing with the cool, dry night air. So it creates a haze that hangs about the buildings of the palace keep. Some of the windows are aglow, and inside you can see this warm lamplight, though the vast majority of the windows are dark. Everybody give me a stealth check. Why don't we do this in an orderly fashion? We'll start with Gwox.
That would be a 9.
Atticus?
19.
Remus?
Remus got a... he has disadvantage, I think, because he's got medium. Got an 8.
Cynus?
15.
Grazam?
Oh, I apologize. It was actually a 11 on mine.
Okay.
Grazam, since he knows that we're going into a stealth mission, I have doffed my armor when we ate, and I'm using the armor of my panoply of the swamp. So I don't have disadvantage on stealth checks. I have 14 armor class, and I have a 13 stealth check.
What is this panoply of the swamp armor? Can you describe it?
Yes, of course. You can see when we were coming, the fungus was all jiggly and it was moving with everything I was doing. But now you can see, maybe because of Maybe because of my hardiness, the fungus is no longer moving. It's like scales and chains that are just all over my body, and nothing can get through, almost nothing. So this fungus is now hard, like steel. Yeah, so...
Grazam has traded the metal armor for his myco mail,
Yeah.
which does not impede him so much. You all move along. It is quite dark, so you have the benefit of the shadows of night. However, you are not a particularly stealthy group. You make
It doesn't help that I'm chewing on chicken legs and stuffing
you make a lot
in my mouth.
You make a lot of noise against what you had wished for, and someone actually, I think it's Remus or maybe Gwox, actually bumps into a box outside of someone's home, knocks it over, and creates a clatter. Atticus, you are the only one who is hidden when a pair of night watchmen approach. Other than Atticus, the rest of you, do you stand and speak with them? Do you try to just run away?
I'll stand and speak.
Okay.
I want to kneel and kind of, worship, pretend that I'm worshiping there.
You suddenly kneel in a posture of worship. The two guardsmen draw near.
Quick as a flash, I follow his lead and do the same thing.
Gwox is in worship as well. The guardsmen have half helms that come into spiked points at the top. They have underneath their armor some, light clothing to keep themselves warm. Their armor is chainmail. They carry maces and light crossbows. The one in front stops, looks at you all. This is a motley group we have here. What are you doing?
Giving thanks.
Grazam, Gwox, roll deception checks.
Oh no. Can I, while I'm praying and they see that I'm worshiping, give guidance to myself?
Sure.
That's a 22.
Nice. Okay. Deception.
Offering up a little bowl of the food that I was eating.
Oh, that's not bad.
Some incense appears out of nowhere.
Wow, it's 15 plus 3, 18.
You both rolled well, and so did the watchman. He doesn't buy it. Get up! Stand over there! He asks his companion, the other soldier, to hoist a lantern, raise the dampener, and shed some light on you all. That has got to be the worst fake praying I've ever seen. What in the hells are you trying to pull here? You remind me of my son when his hand is caught in the sugar jar and he tries to act like he was doing something else other than sneaking around.
We're not sneaking around, man. We're standing right in the middle of the road giving thanks. Have we broken a crime? Have we broken a law?
The second soldier says to you with suspicious eyes, "What outfit are you working with?"
We're independent operators. We travel, we help.
What are you, some kind of lizard man?
There's no need to be insulting.
Well, you certainly speak well for a lizard man.
Well, thank you. You speak well for a monkey.
He looks you up and down and sees that you and your allies are clearly capable, armed individuals. And
My trident is currently sitting on the ground.
perhaps you all are very, very tired, and what you need is a good night's sleep. So I will give you two choices. You can go back to whatever hovel you're resting in and don't come out till daylight, or we can take you to a cell and keep you there till morning.
But my god will be greatly displeased if I stop my worship right here, right now. It's unfinished. Please.
The first soldier says, King Nakalani has made it very clear that he does not want people out and about after sunset, not without some sort of important business. And as far as I can tell, you all are... I don't know what you're doing here, but I know bullshit. I can smell it on you all.
Well, I did ask if we were breaking any laws. Now that we know that we definitely are breaking some sort of proclamation, we'll move on. And I apologize for any problems that we may have caused.
Where are you staying at?
A hovel, as you say.
Where exactly?
Well, it's a friend of ours who's a merchant who isn't involved in anything we do.
Just a quick question to Atticus. It doesn't seem like they've noticed you. You slipped into a doorway, like kind of a recessed doorway of the nearest house. It's actually a pretty nice house. Stony, blocky, large architecture, at least 2 stories high. And so you've got quite a bit of cover, yeah, and it's also dark and shadowy. You're seeing and hearing all of this, and keeping yourself concealed. But do you do anything? You're on mute.
Is there something nearby that I can use as a distraction? Is there like maybe a home here with some people in it? Can frighten them and draw the attention of the guards? Or is there a stray dog or a cat I can
Well,
perturb into?
you're certainly right up against a home, and you would imagine there are people there. It looks occupied, looks tended and in good repair. In terms
Please don't
of,
set fire to their family home to distract the guards.
in terms of
evil.
animals nearby, you look around. There is a cricket crawling on the wall near you. That's the nearest animal you can see.
I see the cricket and I say,
the dice are not in your guys' favor tonight. This doesn't bode well for your party. Well, actually, you're rolling great, but I'm rolling great too.
I wish you were just louder. I will step forward out of the shadows.
Okay, you step forward. You see your allies, principally Grazam and Gwox, speaking with these 2 night watchmen, and clearly the watchmen are not buying it. Whatever they're trying to say, they're not buying it, and the guardsmen are not pleased. And they've also said that King Nakalani has some kind of, put an official word out that he doesn't want people out and about at night unless it's like a necessary or official business.
Does that include nocturnal creatures? Because my people, we have very sensitive eyes for the night, and daytime it's too difficult for us to do business. So
that's enough out of you. I've heard enough of your slippery, slimy words. He startles slightly.
Hello there.
As Atticus appears out of nowhere.
My servants. My servants. I've been looking all around for you. My Ichoriite. Ichoriite
are you the one that they are that are lodging this motley crew here?
Yes, I'm sorry. We're travelers from afar. We're not too familiar with the Tibia in particular. So I have to forgive. I have to ask you to forgive my dwarven and lizard companion. They are quite uncultured compared to yourself. So we'll be on our way, and all the best to the guard of the Tibia Palace. You do a great job around here.
It is known.
Honeyed words, buttered even. Give me a charisma check and whatever skill you want to put on that, deception or maybe persuasion.
Like to assist by nodding and saying, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't disagree.
it's not a good roll, but it is a.
I heard this just the other day.
11.
I'm going to make you the same offer that I made the other ones. Go back. No, we will take you back to wherever it is you're staying, and you stay put until dawn. Or we will take you to a cell, and we'll let the king decide tomorrow morning.
Can I?
Yeah, go on. What would you like to do, Grazam?
I want to mentally. Can I see any source of fire around?
Well, there definitely are some windows that have light from within, so that would indicate a lamp or maybe even a hearth. The nearest one to you is just like 10 feet away, so it's right there. You see there's a window, shutters are closed, but clearly there's light feeding through from the inside.
Okay, I want to mentally command my servant, since I can do that mentally,
Okay.
to break a window like 50, 60 feet away from us.
Do you want him to break a window at the house that has the light source on the inside?
Yes, but not the one right next to us. I want them to just go and what's happening.
Two houses away, break a window.
Yes, and if he can do that, I want him to go inside, and maybe if they don't care, I will ask him to put a fire into the house. But for now, I just break the window.
Okay.
Just say about setting fire to family homes.
All right,
the guards are there. They will put it out.
Well, I wouldn't know either that you did that.
So the windows here are mostly not glass things, but like wooden or even brass shutters or screens. But wherever it is that you've sent your servant to, kind of like two houses over, despite the fact that it's quite weak, he seems to have found a shutter that is not in good condition. As you hear him just completely rip this hunk of wood off of a wall, clunk, 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 and it, there's a clanking and a clattering. Well, that gets the attentions of the guard. They look in that direction. Did you hear that?
How could I not have heard that?
I heard that.
They look. Is the servant standing still? Is it moving? What is it doing?
For now, he's there. He goes 5 feet, just next to the window. For now,
so he's just standing there. Okay.
It sounds like a break-in.
I don't see anything.
It could be assassins. Protect us.
What do you know about this?
We know nothing.
I'm looking
use
at
the
you,
Tarabir.
scaly one.
What are you talking about? We're standing right here with you.
I don't believe a single thing that you say.
He says to his companion, everything he says, the opposite is true. Wait, hold on. I think no, it's nothing. Oh, and it sounds like the person who dwells at the house is saying something, shouting. Who is there? What's going on? What's the meaning? Why my window? Oh, and he's, someone is making a ruckus that their window has been broken, and you see light, illumination begin to appear beyond the broken shutter as though someone from within having lit candle or lamp or something.
Are there more of you lurking around breaking windows?
Not really,
No,
but
sir.
maybe it was the two hooded figures that we saw passing by. Do you think, guys? it
Sir,
was
we
them?
will come back to inspect shortly. We have something to deal with. Let's go. Which direction to your hovel? Says to Atticus.
I'm happy to lead the way. Come with me. Come on, everyone. Let's go.
The
show
guards
these
went to
upstanding individuals.
the guardsmen went to accompany you three. So there's the front one who's kind of like a tall, skinny, pointy-nosed fellow, and then there's the second one who's like a pudgy, somewhat short, hook-nosed fellow, jowly, and the two of them are
Who's the draconic racist out of the two?
The skinny, tall one is the first one, and the pudgy one, shorter, is the second one. Where are you leading them, Atticus?
I would like to lead them in the opposite direction of Estepec. I'd like to go down a dark alley, and then I'd like to jump them.
Murder them.
We just incapacitate them enough so we can get inside before dawn. That's my plan. Okay.
By incapacitate, you mean stop them breathing permanently.
We would be happy to show you exactly where we're going. Come, follow me. We will go straight away.
Okay, so
We tried.
Tarabir Palace. An attempt was made.
No, an attempt
Tarabir
was
Palace it's not a large city. It's kind of a small, compact city. It's not really a place for alleys, but you do manage to find something that suffices for the intention that you're looking for. You know, maybe a space at a narrow road between two large section where these big blocky houses are just like right next to each other, one shouldering to the next. And you have the moment where you, I guess, give a sign to your allies. Okay. Why don't you tell me first what your intention is, what you're trying to do, and then I'll know better how to handle it.
The moment we get into a situation or an area where it looks like we're obscured to some degree, my plan is to invoke my powers and begin the fight and end the fight before anything else can happen.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a particular power that you are invoking?
My lordly hand of fate, and then, if needed, the howl of the alpha wolf.
Mm-hmm. Okay. When Atticus looses a great and mighty howl, well, how do you respond, or what do you do, Gwox?
I've been waiting for the signal of any kind, really. So the person who's been insulting my race this entire time, I don't take that lightly. So I stab him in the chest with my trident. Sorry, I incapacitate his heart with the point of my trident.
And Cynus, what does Cynus do as Atticus lets out a mighty, like bone-rattling roar, and Gwox's trident comes in for the skewer?
I do nothing.
Okay.
Cowards!
You observe. Okay, Cynus observes. What does Grazam do?
Grazam casts silence on where we are so that this endeavor will not create any noises outside, hopefully.
Okay. I think I actually got confused with you, Atticus. I was thinking you used Lion's Roar. You didn't use Howl of the Alpha Wolf.
Howl of the
Howl
Alpha
of the
Wolf
Alpha
is...
Wolf. Okay, you did the battle
Sorry,
cry one where your
it's a different
allies
one.
and you all swarm in. Oh my, okay. So...
But the first one will be the Lordly Hand of Fate. So that means everyone gets advantage. I get advantage on initiative checks, and then everyone that first round gets advantage on attacks and saves.
Yeah.
And then, depending on how things pan out, I would immediately use Howl of the Alpha Wolf next turn, which is everyone can move as their reaction. And yeah.
Right. Okay. So why don't you all roll for initiatives here? Atticus with advantage as you're invoking your Hand of Fate.
$15 for me.
11.
17 for Atticus.
Who's got highest? What's
15.
the highest? What's the highest initiative? 15
Atticus,
Gwox?
Atticus
17.
with a 17.
17 Atticus. Okay. 15 Gwox after that.
I have 11.
11 Grazam.
And a 2 for Cynus.
2 Cynus. What about Remus? Oh,
Makes
he
sense.
goes with Atticus. Okay. Atticus, you indeed do successfully get the initiative, and that's probably going to make a big difference here. You shout you tell me it's some kind of battle cry.
I say, I wasn't lying when I said you were good guards. Now prove it. And then I'm going to go in with my spear.
Yep.
Trident.
So what happens is Atticus and the rest of you, if you want, you all use your reactions and all like mob in like a wolf pack all at the same time with Atticus at the lead. And you all have advantage on your attacks and saves this first round. So Atticus, go ahead and make your attack with advantage.
It's going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
That's
And that will
definitely,
deal-
Dirty 20.
definitely a hit.
And that'll deal it.
I like it. Dirty
Max
20.
damage. So that's 11. 11 damage.
Okay. Does Remus for his turn or his action also do an attack?
Sure, why not? You know, he'll try and trip the one that didn't get damaged. So that's going to be a athletics check 16.
He succeeds. He knocks the other one to the ground. And Gwox, go ahead and make your attack with advantage.
So that's both rolled an 18. 18, 19, 20, 23 to hit. And I do 9 points of damage.
The Watchmen were very caught off guard. They are struggling, trying to get themselves to defend themselves, to protect themselves. One of them, who was the one who was on the ground, he tries to like pull Remus down as well. Have Remus make another athletics check.
A natural 1.
He pulls Remus down and is like rolling around on the ground with Remus. The other one is wounded and is like, grabbing himself where he's been skewered and slashed. Atticus use a sword.
Atticus is using his trident.
Okay, he got skewered twice with 2 tridents pretty badly, and he's grabbing his wounds. He starts to shout.
This is all happening silently. So
He starts to shout like in pain and maybe for aid, and Grazam just engulfs the area in silence. Have you used the Scroll of Silence, or is that a spell that you already had prepared?
No, that's a spell I have prepared because
That's
I
your own spell. Okay. Don't forget that
that.
Aket provided you all 3 spell scrolls: Silence, Knock,
or it
and
was
Cure Wounds.
cure wounds,
Gwox.
knock, silence, dispel magic.
That's
Yeah.
correct. There was 4. There was Dispel Magic was the 4th. Okay.
Gwox says, which would have been a stunning comment if anybody could hear it.
And Cynus, you continue to observe. All right, so Cynus stands there, statuesque.
He's just standing completely motionless, stock still in the middle of this little junction between the buildings.
Do you all press the attack?
Yes.
Okay, so we're on second round. The advantage stuff is gone. Well, the one guy's on the ground, so I guess you would have advantage on melee attacks against him by merit of his prone condition. So, Atticus,
I didn't get to take any action. I mean, in the first round.
you cast
Combat.
silence.
You cast silence?
Oh, I thought that was before the initiative. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I'm running this combat a little bit more narratively. So
We all
Okay.
simultaneously
Yeah.
did stuff.
yeah.
Makes sense.
It's because you all probably overwhelm these guards, and it's more interesting to do it narratively. Especially considering the fact that you're using up these important resources, you probably overwhelm them quite deftly. So really, I just want to see what happens now. I want to see what you all do. Atticus, what do you do?
I'm going to try and knock the one that isn't prone.
Okay. The wounded one.
It's going to be 11.
He got an 11 as well, so nothing changes. So you just kind of like struggle against each other. And Remus?
Remus will. He's
He's like on the ground, kind of scuffling with one.
You know what? He's going to try and knock down the other one as well. He's going to like try and put his legs between the other ones and kick out.
Okay, so whilst wrestling with one, he goes to knock the other, and
He did really well. He got a 23.
all right, he like hooks his foot around the other guard's boot and like gets the guy kind of off balance, and then like grabs his, maybe his belt and like pulls him down to the ground. So there's this scuffle on the ground of two watchmen in chainmail with Remus, the Ichoriite, and Gwox does what?
Gwox, while this, so you managed to knock him prone?
Both of them
Both
are prone
at the moment.
Yeah, they're both
Okay.
prone, and Remus.
As Atticus is knocking this guy prone, and he's going down, I'm looking at the point of my trident covered in his blood, and I make a snap decision and just hook and use his own momentum with the force of my swing and smack him to subdue across the top of his brow as he's about to hit the ground. So it's just like drop kicking him.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack with advantage. He's prone.
Oh, nice. Okay, so that's. I don't think I need advantage. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Okay, so what you do not hear, because it's a silent spell, is like a whang as you smack him. His helmet actually like dents in, and his eyes like go rolling back, and he's just you're trying to knock him out or kill him?
Knock him out.
Okay, you've certainly knocked him unconscious. So it looked pretty brutal. There was no sound though. It's all very quiet. His lantern gets knocked onto its side and kind of like goes rolling, causing these like bobbing, wobbling shadows thrown across the two buildings that are close to each other, the two houses. Grazam, what do you do? You're in your sphere of silence with one of the guards knocked unconscious. The other one is scuffling on the ground, rolling around with Remus, the companion of Atticus.
Okay, I want to I want to go, and I want to just use the back of my hand axe and hit him on the head so that I knock him out.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack with advantage.
Yep. That's a 22.
Again, we do not hear the sound, the clanging and the heavy, sickening thud sound as you brain him with the pommel of your hand axe. And he just kind of collapses. Well, he's already on the ground. He just, like a sack of potatoes, stops his struggle. You have two unconscious guardsmen. Now you can't hear each other, but what do you do?
Atticus is going to immediately go run for the lantern.
Okay.
I want to undo the silence spell.
You drop the concentration?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. You can hear each other again. In comes the sound of the night air, the crickets.
I'll take out some rope, my explorer's pack, and I will tie these two together.
Okay. In any particular arrangement?
Back to back with their hands facing each other and binding their hands and their necks around each other.
Wow. Okay. So you bind them up, using up probably a whole like adventurer's pack, a
full 50 feet.
Mountain, yeah, like a mountain climber's rope, and you get them all lashed up as best you can. Did you put out the lantern, Atticus, or did you have a different intention?
I'll snuff the lantern immediately.
Okay. Cynus, you
I'll
continue
take it with me just in case.
Standing there. All right. Cynus is just looking at you all, perhaps in judgment. Grazam, what do you do?
Maybe we want to take off their armor so people that may see them don't know that they are guards or something, or no?
Well, I think we should just put them somewhere where they won't be seen. Is there like a box or a crate we can put over their heads?
We are in the place that they can't be seen.
I just want them to be like...
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think we should keep just moving.
You look over to your right-hand side, Atticus. There is a large, stately manor that connects with other homes next to it. A big, stony edifice in this Tarbeer architecture. Very, very austere, blocky, some religious iconography in different parts. It looks to be that hanging over a wall of the portico are several large sacks, like big sacks that you might bring in grain, or who knows. They're very large sacks. They're empty.
I think I found the place to hide them. We sack them.
Okay, you sack them. Where do you place the two unconscious guardsmen?
Some place you'd expect to see a grain of sack just lying there.
Okay, so just kind of there aside the portico.
And then I say, this isn't how I wanted things to happen, but I guess we have a good excuse to leave Tarbeer as soon as possible after we figure out what's in the undercroft.
Frankly, I'm not too upset about leaving this place if the level of racism I experience from this idiot is anything to go by.
Well, what's the problem with Grazam? Honestly, he's fine. All right.
Leave the jokes to me.
What's the problem with Grazam? What happened? What did Grazam do?
He's just making comments. It's all right. He's making a joke.
Cynus,
No, we're talking about the terrible opinion of this individual. I thought the cosmopolitan city like this,
we can talk about it later. Let's go before the other guard.
I'm walking. Walk with me.
I want to know why Cynus didn't help. Cynus, maybe you want a beer? Maybe you want a cigarette? Something? Maybe you want a massage?
No. And he starts walking back towards the tower. Where we were interrupted.
It sounds like you all are going to continue with the plan.
Mm.
And you once again...
we've already broken some laws, so...
Yeah. In for a penny, in for a pound.
You got to break the ice. In this case, a couple of guardsmen.
Yeah. You all make your way through the shadowed, densely hugged streets and plazas of Tarbeer Palace until you come to the palace keep itself, the palace proper, which again has these three large square towers that rise up quite high, maybe 90 feet up into the air, pointed dome tops. This kind of haze that hangs over it coming out of some of the windows of the buildings.
I would like to borrow somebody's rope if you have any. Does anybody have any rope?
Remus has rope. He'll happily give it to you.
I would like to use springing links to essentially triple my jumping distance and give me supernatural climbing ability to go up to on the side of the palace, essentially, up to those steaming windows up above, carrying my rope and my grappling hook for the benefit of my companions, and provide an extra entrance to the building.
Interesting. Gwox dashes ahead, leaps, and with some kind of extraordinary ability, momentum, wall runs up, grabs the ledge of a window, hoists himself, and is now up on top of one of the roofs, well halfway up or more the entire height of.
If they're going to call me a lizard, I might as well act like one.
He is a lizard. I knew it.
Come on,
so,
come on.
You, Gwox, find yourself atop a flat section of roof. I don't know how easy, how feasible it is for you guys to look at the image of the Tarbier Palace that I posted in the Discord. Everyone who's watching can see it, but you can see that more front foregrounded roof, and then there's the larger tower immediately behind it. That's where Gwox is at. And so just right behind you, it's just an open window. It doesn't even look like it's one that shutters up. And there is steam wafting out from the inside, and a faint smell, like a perfumed smell, an infusion of some kind of oil, a pleasant smell.
Smells like some sort of a magical ritual or a temple?
Could be. Or it could be like infusions in a hot bath.
Or some sort of pretty smelling monster.
Or it could be that. They could be producing some kind of oil or drink in large quantities.
To be fair, given our dwarven companion, you never know what you're going to find.
Maybe they need some help. I can help them.
So
maybe
you'll
counteract whatever's inside there.
You all see Gwox, who just shimmied his way up the stony face of the building. It's definitely not the place you were wanting to go to. You're looking for the undercroft back door, but there he is. He's up there, and he's like got his rope, and he looks very proud of himself.
Doing the whole like.
Is
So
there
your
some
part,
other
your,
back door?
your party's
there
just
any-
your party's just looking at you, Gwox, like, what the hell are
Is
you
there
doing,
any
man?
sign of, any sign of a pathway that the priest may have trudged through? Sand, grass, anything around here? Is there any sign of like a well-worn path around the building?
Oh, most definitely. You can tell that lots of people walk around this area regularly, and it's a mostly hard ground, but there are sections that have palm trees, flower beds, cactus gardens. You know, it's kind of a maintained or manicured scaping. That said, it could use a little touching up. A little overgrown, some broken bit over there. Somebody's knocked those stones over and didn't put them back in the right arrangement. There's a bunch of dead leaves at the base of a palm tree over there that no one has swept away. Not terrible, but the upkeep could be better. And yes, it looks like plenty of people go and walk both around the palace keep and, you know, spreading out from there to the various wings of the settlement.
So Cynus is keeping an eye out for specifically the priest, because that was our throughput. That was our line to get inside and find the door. So while he's walking, knowing we don't have to worry about any guards coming around the building and surprising us, Cynus is sandal over sandal, straight on this trail, walking around the building with his eyes open, looking for the priest.
Okay.
While they're climbing the building.
Do you hide
Climbing or whatever.
Do you hide yourself, Cynus?
Absolutely not. I'm polished bronze. I have no skill in stealth.
Okay.
I just walk.
All right, and you are standing by. You see the back door. It's not difficult to locate it at all. You literally just walk to the back of the palace keep. It's there. Has a doorway, a blocky, stony doorway with embellishments on it. The door itself is a fortified door. So it's got, nice, heavy, sturdy staves of wood, reinforced with iron studs and splints. Has an inset lock. And you stand next to the door, or do you kind of stand away just looking directly at it?
I'll pass by the door. Like I said, if we're imagining that there's a circle all the way around the building and the back door is facing out, I'm just going to walk back and forth on this trail that everyone has made around the building.
Okay,
Keep
so
an
you're
eye out for
pacing.
the priest. I don't have spells, and I can't pick locks. I murder people. It's all I was made to do. So I'm going to keep walking around looking for this priest and warn them if I see
Sure. The general shape of the palace, you can tell, is sort of rectangular, with like the left, middle, and right have these largest towers coming up. And around back, the distance between the backside of the palace keep and the curtain wall of the whole settlement is not very large, right? So you could probably chuck a rock and hit the curtain wall from where you stand. And you pace back and forth, waiting, looking. Atticus and companion Grazam, what do you two do?
I'm gonna have Remus tail Cynus. I'm gonna say, all right, well, perhaps we can have a plan B as well. I'm gonna go up with Gwox. You stay with Cynus, and if you hear a signal, we'll know that you've got to come back to us, or vice versa. We'll try that. And then Atticus will attempt to scale the rope that Gwox has thrown down, and Remus will follow Cynus.
Or maybe... Oh, he's gone. Who listens to the dwarf?
So Grazam, I guess you could go with the lofty upper level
He
team.
asked me to
stay on the ground.
He
or
asked me
go
to wait.
in a third way.
He asked me to wait, so I will wait.
You just
asked
stand.
me.
Okay,
Let's-
okay, you stand there waiting.
Yes,
Gwox,
I want to hide
you
myself
see-
if I can.
Sure. You hide yourself behind a wall, behind a tree, there's some rock formations as well. Some kind of like, the size of larger than a dwarf. Gwox, you see Atticus making use of your rope, and with a little bit of effort, he gets himself up some 40 feet off the ground to the rooftop where you are. Gwox sneezes. The vapors coming out of the window and the balmy, lemony, herbal infusion that's in there is... You're not used to that.
It's quite nice, this palace. It has this beautiful aroma coming from it. Much better than the personality of the guards here.
Certainly less guards up here.
I hope so.
What are the rest of them doing?
They're going to go to the door at the back and try and find the priest. How
Well,
about we keep a lookout?
How about we head towards the back anyway? We'll have a natural vantage point up here. I think
to
it's
see where
connected
the smell
via...
is coming from. Where is it? Oh, can Atticus peer inside? Is there...
Most
I
definitely.
just ate.
Yep. So there is an opening. We'll call it a window. It's has a kind of like a pointed top that rounds down the edges, and then it's kind of long, and it ends with a little ledge, and it's large enough to where you could probably like hoist yourself up and shimmy through if you were interested in doing so. You stand up on your tiptoes and like look in there. It's dark on the inside. Make a perception check. Disadvantage.
It's 10.
It's hard to make out. There's a chamber, kind of a mid to large sized chamber. There's some kind of furnishings. They're indistinct due to the shadows and due to this steamy haze that's coming through. It doesn't look to be heavily furnished. There's a decent amount of open space. You don't notice any movement otherwise. Though the steam seems to be like a drawing out to the drier, colder air outside, and inside it feels warm and moist.
It must be some kind of incense they're making. I don't think this relates to anything we're doing with Muraman. Let's just walk around to the back door. We'll stay up here to keep a lookout.
You say to my back as I'm already moving off.
Where are you going, Gwox?
Heading towards the back door across the rooftops.
From where you're standing, there's kind of two main ways. The easy way really would just be to climb down your rope and just walk around to the back. But perhaps a more interesting way would to be actually like scaling the walls, like climbing along the masonry of the outside to, climb around.
How difficult does this masonry look to climb? Is it like perilous, or is it?
That's easy.
Well, you look at it, Atticus, and it seems pretty difficult. Not impossible, but I mean, it's the outside stony blocks of towers and buildings.
You should try walking across a masthead when the sea's really rolling. Now that's some agility, my friend. This isn't even in waves or anything. It's easy.
Does Gwox have a special advantage to climbing, or tell us what's going on with Gwox?
Well, with the yes, generally speaking, I'm pretty agile in that regard, but I can just make a straight up roll. Plus, I'm using a grappling hook and some rope if I need to, but I don't think I really do.
A grappling hook and rope, okay.
Because it would make too much noise, really. I think the grappling hook's just like for getting up there, but I kind of took care of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not nailing in any pitons or anything to help my climbing companion.
Sure. Okay. So Gwox is just going to free climb it and make a strength athletics check.
That's a 16. 17, 18, 19.
19. Gwox is getting himself around, but with great difficulty. And we don't have to tell anybody else this, Gwox, but there's this one moment where you actually like slip a little bit and your heart like leaps up into your throat because you get that surge of panic, like you're about ready to fall, and you like catch yourself at the last moment, and no one saw me. The haze, the smoky haze probably covered that, so that portion of your blunder.
For a Dragonborn that can spit acid, that's like me going.
So Atticus, you see Gwox going around. He's, it's decidedly less quick than his wall run up here, but he's getting there slowly but surely.
It's the look of the thing. It's the whole vibe of, breaking into a palace. You got to scale the walls. He's got to.
Okay, I guess I'll just give it a try. If Gwox can do it, then it shouldn't be that difficult. And it's athletics check.
Yes, it is.
Says the walking statue.
It's a little prayer.
Atticus is human.
I'm mostly stone. It's stone. We should be fine.
No, Atticus is a human. Is the companion.
I'm a human.
Atticus is a human. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna kismet myself as being like, okay, please make sure this is
humans believe they can do everything. You'll be fine.
If I fall, please have me die instantly so it's no pain.
Come on, you're not that far from a monkey.
Dirty 20.
Atticus, you're gaining on Gwox, actually. You're climbing,
son of a bitch.
Climbing more deftly. The two of you, in going to the other side of this blocky tower, you pass by one of the open windows, one of the apertures. You could just kind of hoist yourself up and look inside if you're interested.
I'll give it another shot.
Okay, you look inside. You can see a little bit better into this one because there's a couple candles, large beeswax candles illuminated, and there is a bath, and it's inset like you would step down like a what's the opposite of a dais? Well, like a stepped pit, a stepped pool, and you see inside there are 3 women, females. They're bathing. They have their hair done up, so they're not washing their hair, but they're in the water. They're speaking to each other, and their voices kind of, the soft or they're not talking very loudly. They're speaking to themselves. Their voices kind of pitter off of the walls, and you hear the sound of the water and the vaporous infusions waft through this bath chamber. I don't want to say bathroom because that gives us the wrong impression. This bath chamber. At the far end of the room, you can see there are two open archways, open doorways. The haze seems to be emanating from there, from beyond. It's not coming from the actual bath chamber exclusively. There are vapors coming off the water, but it seems to be emanating from another chamber or a deeper chamber.
I say, oh, Gwox, we should have stayed in the palace. Esper was nice, but this is much nicer.
I look around from where I'm trying to pick up my speed on the wall and say, we're not here for voyeurism, my friend.
You see a servant girl come into the bath chamber bearing towels. Just put them over there. Just put them over there. It's fine. And they, kind of have a little chatter with her. You continue scaling around?
Continue scaling around.
Okay. You continue scaling around. You've now gone to the complete opposite side from where you began. And from another open aperture, you can hear the sound. It's a faint sound of chanted prayer.
Can I recognize it as
and someone is chanting inside. Sounds like oration.
Do I recognize, does it have a story, or is it a tale, or is it a poem?
It's familiar to you. Does your character serve a god or a religion?
The god of war is what he follows because it brought back his father.
Okay.
He has proficiency in religion and history.
Okay. So it is not of your god, it's not of the blood con. But it is familiar to you. I'll tell you something that you would automatically know. If you care to see if you know deeper lore, you can make a religion check. But it is a religion known as Matristrianism. They're Matristrians here, which that aligns with what you understood of Tarbier Palace. They have a couple, literally a couple, like a wed couple of gods. Zamankar, the Forge Master, who is wed to Haklum, the honored mother, Queen of the Harvest. The religion also has an evil figure, like a dark one, that's their enemy. And it's a prayer. It's a prayer of blessing of this religion. I mean, it's in the common tongue, so you can understand it. And it's some kind of blessing prayer. It seems ritualistic. It's they repeat themselves a lot. They go through the same prayer multiple times.
Well, I'll roll for religion to see if I can glean any important significance to what he's saying.
Very well.
That's gonna be a 9.
Okay. You're not sure. But it doesn't strike you as out of place at all.
All right, we'll just keep on our way then.
Atticus and Gwox are up high, and you basically all you have to do now is just scale down the tower. Cynus and Remus, a figure draws near. It's a man wearing a silk robe, a silken priest's robe. He looks definitely middle-aged. In his 50s, bald on the top of his head, lightly tanned skin, dark, kind of a light tan or a light olive type skin. And when he sees the two Ichoriites pacing back there, he startles. Oh! And he seems caught off his guard. And he takes a couple steps back.
Calm yourself, old man, says Remus. We are servants. of a powerful god. His will flows through us. Tell us, what brings you to this door?
The priest clutches a holy symbol that is like a pendant on a chain around his neck, and he has a lantern in his hand.
I am a priest of Tarabir Palace. Who do you serve? Which god do you speak of?
He looks nervously this way and that. He looks up, and there's Gwox and Atticus scaling down the tower.
I will. I guess Cynus will. Does Cynus want to declare the name?
Cynus does not speak unless you guys make him. But
Okay.
if you are giving the floor to me, I'll riff off of it. Cynus, very calmly with his thumbs looped into the front of his girdle, no dagger in his hand, strides forward. He's covered in a thin sheen of all of this mist that's been everywhere, that's running down his metallic flesh, leaving little trails of water. And he says, "You know who I serve. Open the door." And all of the veins in his neck and jaw and shoulders stand out as though he wants to tear this person in half. "Serve your god, and let me serve mine."
Hand of the blood con. I bear you no ill will. I have made sacrifices to your lord.
Make an
"As
intimidation.
have I," I say.
Make an intimidation check, Cynus.
Oh my god, it was fated. 23. I rolled a 20. Holy crap. Yeah.
He says,
You should not be at this place. There is great danger here.
he
My
looks
friend.
terrified of you, trembling.
My friend, there is danger everywhere I step. Open the door.
He is mightily terrified of you, and he produces from within his robe a key on a little, braided leathern key strip, a little thong, right? And he just drops it to the ground. The key is yours, and he runs.
I will grab this individual. And
All right, so
there's
you
this-
run him down.
Yeah, just a couple
You are
steps.
You're more athletic than he is, and you run him down, and you grab a hold of him.
Please, no. I have served
I
faithfully
turn
the
him to
gods.
face me. And in this very, very gentle moment, Cynus puts this completely bronze hand with this bronze gauntlet on it on the side of this priest's face. And he says, "Your sacrifices bless you. Go with all the gods' righteousness. Go and know his glory." And then he gently pulls his hand away and lets the priest go, and just stands there with his hands out and slowly backs away, unthreateningly.
God, I'm scared of your character.
Exalted champion, the sanguine blade. I will heed your words.
And he does not run this time, but he most certainly removes himself from the immediate location. Gwox, give me another athletics check.
Do I get a penalty from that natural 20 intimidation roll that my friend just did? Because
Well,
frankly-
since you've asked, since you've asked so nicely, how could I say no?
okay, well, I'm climbing down. I could just leap down from here, right?
You're a good
40
30. You're a good 30 feet off the ground. How do you feel about that?
we use a rope?
I would just like to say, technically, you can leap from wherever you want,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's true.
I'll climb.
It's just that, sudden stop at the end, that's the kicker.
I climb well. That was a totally wasted natural 20.
And Atticus as well.
Okay. Kismeting myself.
I've tested this dice, by the way. The old salt bath method.
It's a 14.
Gwox scampers down deftly and
I like scamper better than scale.
lands on his feet. A moment later, Atticus. "Huh!"
You were doing so well.
You suffer 10 points of falling damage, Atticus.
I like to think that the last thing he was thinking of was like the women when he was going down. He's at half hit points now.
Grazam, I imagine you have.
Have you
rejoined
injured
as well.
yourself? You appear to be swelling.
I'm terrified of Cynus. I heard him say all the things. I'm just there, not moving, not removing my eyes off of him. I'm just looking at him, terrified, and making a note not to make him angry ever. Just that. And then the other guy falls, and I'm like, oh! Yes, a lot of emotions. I don't know how to handle them. Yeah.
At this point, you each have acquired a half milestone.
Nice. Cynus, are you doing anything with that key, or are you just standing there threatening it?
Oh, he goes over and scoops the key up and kind of holds it between two thick, heavy fingers and goes over to the door. And he'll actually hand it to Remus, because Remus seems like he's... I don't want to say trustworthy, because Cynus doesn't trust anyone, but he seems a capable sort. And he hands it over to Remus and draws his 2 daggers just in case to go through the door.
I was genuinely fearing for that key's life.
We serve, Remus says, taking the key, and then he sees if it fits in the door first to see if he has been...
The key slides right in, and
We'll just push the door open gently, but not all the way, just so that he can check if it's going to open before he makes sure everyone's here.
Yes, you pull the door
Changing
open.
maps.
The door opens, and
There's darkness.
there is just
Dark
darkness.
map, just black. Oh, there's a tiny itty bitty... Oh, there we go.
A room expands out of nowhere. It's the TARDIS. Steps. Steps down? Steps down.
Yep. You open the door. You see steps descending. What can I tell you? It looks to be marble steps leading down to a 25 by 25 foot chamber. There seem to be some art objects in there and a couple open archways heading both. I'm going to use east and west because that's what I have it on my map. So east, right, west, left, as per usual. All right, guys, you're in. What do you do?
Well, we're not in the lead.
Remus will have everyone enter in and then close the door quietly behind him to make sure that it looks like nothing's been changed. Taking the key with him.
Gwox will make very careful sure to check everybody else going down the steps first.
Okay.
Ready
Sorry.
to assist in case of flying darts.
I'm sorry.
Blades,
I was
flamethrowers.
paying attention to switching the music, and I missed what you said, AJ.
I'm just going to stand there and make sure, ready to assist anybody who sets off a trap on the steps. I don't trust that priest just handing a key over. I didn't hatch yesterday.
Does any one of you bravely venture forth into the room ahead?
Of course.
I figured the two Ichoriites were.
Yeah, Cynus will take the lead. It's fine.
Just for the benefit of everyone, this is Cynus, the Ichoriite gladiator fighter. This is Remus, the Ichoriite companion, like a sentinel companion of Atticus, human Paragon, sovereign Paragon. Here is Gwox, the Dragonborn Trickster Paragon. And
Copper Dragonborn.
Copper, acid breathing. And Grazam, the Swamp Dwarf Majesty Cleric. So that's what all the tokens are representing. Okay.
That profile pitch is definitely catfishing for Tinder.
You know, you're going to be knocking them dead, man. I would like to just get a general sense of how you all move. Is it send Cynus ahead, we wait while he explores, or is it we all go right behind him? What's happening?
Yeah, we're like the stormtroopers sending the droid in first.
Not a bad
Pew, 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 pew. It's like bodies.
Atticus will stay somewhere in the middle of the group with Remus by his side. He's still breathing haggardly after that fall.
Okay. Okay, so just bear with me. I have a lot of stuff to juggle here, but I think I'm gonna get it. I'm also slightly off center. I'll have to fix that later. You see the chamber that I described. The ceiling here is about 10 feet high. The walls have bas reliefs that depict previous generations, scholars, priests. There's a pedestal with the busts of King Nakalani and Queen Rasika, the current leaders of Tarbir Palace. And as I mentioned before, there are open archways leading to the west and to the east. Everything is silent.
So Cynus steps into this room and sees that it's completely empty and looks through the two doorways. He doesn't make a decision on which way to go. He turns and waits for all the companions to filter down the stairs.
We need to go quickly. We can't be here until... If those guards wake up and the castle is alerted, I don't think we'll make it out of here. We need to be quick. We need to be in here, find out where Miramine is, and then leave.
You know, legends grow by people telling of exploits. If we fail, we kind of win anyway.
I would prefer being around for people to talk about me.
Oh, I live for it. It's part of my job, really.
I don't think the sorceress will be very pleased if this endeavor was to be known. So, hurry up, go ahead. I will be back here and backing you up. You can go. Just be brave. Go. Come on. We need to hurry.
Fame is nothing to fear, my friends. It's a tool.
Esper, how well traveled does the undercroft seem? I know that the door is well tended, but what about down here?
The ground is hard, well made. Whoever originally made this spent a lot of money and hired experts to put it together. Everything's finished in marble and high quality craftsmanship, high quality masons clearly built this. You could do your choice. You can do investigation or perception. So you can either just look around, getting a scan at things, or you can start like scrutinizing and searching the like immediate, like within arm's reach area of yourself.
I am decidedly not intelligent, so I'll basically just do wisdom. So,
okay,
That'll actually just be a 13. 13 on the die plus 0 for skills and stuff.
Can't really tell.
Bare stone doesn't give away
There's
very many
there's nothing real obvious one way or the other.
So Cynus will just turn to the right and start going as Grazam instructed. No one suggested anybody be stealthy, so he is not. Those hard bronze boots tap, tap, tap loudly on the stone.
Okay.
Let's try and find if the undercroft connects to the castle above. Maybe we need to make sure that door can't open in a hurry.
When I hear Cynus walking loudly, I don't want to talk to Cynus. I'm too scared. I'm telling to the other guys. I think we should go in silence. We should be silent. So just tell him that, please. My throat hurts. I can't shout very.
All right.
Oh, it's rolling
you
eyes,
want
man.
to move slow and stealthy?
Cynus, perhaps we should try to keep a low profile. If we are caught here, we want to make sure that we have the upper hand for the sake of the Golden Palace.
We have a clear run to the exit. It's fine.
Wordlessly, Cynus will bend his knees, crouch a bit, and softly start putting his feet in front of him. He's not good at it, but he'll try.
It's a good attempt. See if it looks apart. Okay, at this point, I'd like to slip to the front. And I am going fully stealthy. And let's see, we've got a closed door over there. I think I'm going to go and investigate the closed door, keeping a very close eye on that left-hand corridor to make sure that I don't get spotted as I'm walking around the outside of the pillars. On the left side of the pillars.
Sure. So Gwox is getting a pretty good look of this lower chamber that you're entering in. Cynus does as well. There's a higher ceiling here, vaulted, 2 large pillars supporting it, a couple different ways in this shut door that you've noticed. The air here is just a tick cooler. There are frescoes covering the walls of this chamber, and they depict animals: tigers, serpents, elephants, jackals, many different kinds of animals. One panel actually features more monstrous beasts, such as a chimera, a hydra, and an enormous bird with 4 ibis heads. Though these painted creatures are marvelous to behold, the general state of this area is one of neglect. You're starting to notice there are some cobwebs clinging to some corners. You see a rat scurry by, and probably most palpable of all is a odor of animal dung.
I suspect that panel with the unusual animals is going to be some sort of a secret door.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking for.
Gwox, you go over to the panel that features the more wondrous beasts. You begin looking at it. Trying to reveal the fog in a very purposeful way. Okay. You do pass by and get a view down this corridor here, and it looks to be
a lot of broken open cages.
a lot of broken open cages. Exactly.
I'll lean back and say, there's a lot of broken open cages. There's a heavy smell of animal dung. Keep your eyes open.
Is the whole party keeping up with Gwox, or is Gwox scouting ahead?
I'll hang
say
back
20
a bit.
feet?
Is it lit in here? Is there lanterns or anything? Or is
Oh, yes, I've neglected to mention that. It is lit. Spaced out fairly regularly are sconces on the wall, these like bronze sconces that have these ever-burning flames in them. And that provides illumination throughout. Here and there you will find a shadowy corner, but for the most part it's well lit.
Okay, I'll put that lantern that I borrowed from the guards away for now.
Very well. Gwox,
I will.
are you investigating this wall? Is that what you wanted? What do you have for an investigation check, Gwox? Gwox?
AJ?
Oh,
Gwox?
sorry.
Gwox! Gwox!
Oh, she's dead!
I think Gwox is also reminiscing about the bathing chamber.
That's 21 on investigation. It's not my strong suit. Perception, just getting on first impressions, but investigating.
Okay. So, Gwox, you don't notice any detail that makes you suspect there is a concealed door or anything for that matter. The fresco of these more wondrous, monstrous creatures is quite well painted. Certainly a expert artist put these on here. And you look at them. One thing that does, you can maybe make note of it, or a common theme that you're seeing, is that all these creatures have multiple heads. Hydra, chimera, an enormous bird with 4 ibis heads.
Looking around the rest of the room,
Gwox,
are
you hear
there
a sound.
any?
There are the pattering of paws to the west. It echoes down this corridor with the broken cages. There's something moving over there. Sounds like it's getting closer. Something like a
Turn and lift my trident, ready to hurl it at what I see. So I'm readying on initiative.
You see 2 creatures. Yeah, you see 2 creatures. They come into view. Hold on. They come into view. There they are. They look to be sickly hyenas.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
So you see these 2 hyenas round the corner. Just click, 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 click. You can hear their paws and their nails. And they just have these rippling, bulging sections running throughout them. Their eyes are just bloodshot. There's some kind of thick, greenish drool or slime coming out of their mouth. They look very ill or maligned. And they are aggressive. Roll for initiative, everyone.
Okay. My plan is to head to the bottleneck of the corridor that we came from and make a stand there so they can only attack us one at a time.
Sounds like
That's
what,
a
what the
19.
fuck is going on with Cynus and initiative? I rolled another 1 for a total of 2 for Cynus's initiative.
Atticus got a 9.
I got an 18.
Okay, got it. Here we go. Gwox, you react first.
Yeah, so I'm scampering back to the corridor saying, animals, 2 big dogs, evil-looking dog things.
Do you stay there, or do you want to go past Cynus?
I'm going to go past Cynus.
Okay, you get up onto these steps, and you still have your action. That was your speed.
Yeah, I'm going to ready on one of them coming into view to hurl a javelin.
Okay. Grazam, you're in the back. It sounds like there are some kind of aggressive creatures down there.
Yes, I wanna shout, go back there and protect me. I mean, fight like a brave warrior. And guys, you must fulfill your mission. And I want to cast aid to every single one of them. Go! So you have your maximum HP goes up by 5, and your current HP goes up by 5.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. All right, so up to 3 creatures. Who are the 3 creatures that you target?
It's Cynus, Atticus, and Gwox.
Cynus, Atticus, and Gwox, your hit points have gone up by 5.
Yep.
And Atticus, what do you do?
Atticus is going to draw a net, and he's going to say, "Dogs down here." All right. Well, get in position,
dogs.
everyone.
Kind of dogs. Kind of like dogs. Evil dogs. Terror dogs. Devil dogs. Demon dogs.
Atticus, you draw your net, and what about Remus?
Remus will. I guess he'll just stay there and he'll ready his spear to throw.
Okay. The creatures come on strange steps, with a eerie, ungainly sort of agility to them. They propel themselves forward. Do you throw a trident there?
Oh, yeah. So it's 13 to hit, doing a total of 3 points of damage to one.
You throw your trident, and the thick hide of the creature repels it.
Right.
They continue on.
I'll draw my belaying pin.
They approach Cynus here.
Great music.
Thank you.
It was a perfect music change, wasn't it?
Yeah. They've dashed. Cynus, what do you do? The things are coming up to you. They have slobbering mouths open. You see their fangs. They look just awful and fetid, horrid condition in some kind of slimy drool.
As they're running across the stone towards me, Cynus holds his arms out and the blades in his hands scrape up the walls. He says, "Bring me enemies, that I may have glory." And then when they get in super close to him, he just does the thing that he really knows how to do, and he just starts stabbing the hell out of this. The one that was already attacked by the trident, even though it didn't take any damage, correct?
Okay.
So he's going to focus on that one. And he's going to, everyone behind him can see, look like he wants to back up, but there's nowhere to go. So he's having to face both of these at the same time. He will attack. Get fucked! Oh my god. Double 19s, so I got 2 crits because of my dagger. My dagger master feat. And those
Does one thing and he does it well.
For real. I nearly blacked out. Okay, hold on. And his daggers do a D8. We got good damage, everybody. 26 points of piercing damage.
26 damage, you say?
Yes.
26. That's a very curious number that you've done there.
Is it alive?
You stab and puncture and rend the creature. And when you do, you actually hack off a huge swath of its hide and flesh, and other bits just fall off of it to the ground, laying bare and exposing the true creature underneath. A massive amoeba-like slime creature.
Disgusting.
Oh, gross.
More than they seem, he says.
These are no mere hyenas. These are slime creatures wearing hyenas as flesh suits.
All right, some grognard gamers at home are gonna hate me for this, but I'm going to action surge and use my action to dodge.
Okay. You
And that's it
decided
for
it's
me.
best. You decided it's best to take a defensive stance.
Yes. Action for attack, bonus action for attack, action surge. Use that action to dodge.
Gwox, we turn to you now.
I'm guessing that my acid is not going to do a lot of damage, although I do really want to vomit on these things. So I'm going
just to let you guys know, sorry for interrupting, just to let you guys know, I usually don't mind if people share the same space. It's not a big deal to me. As long as I can imagine it, as long as it makes sense to me, it's fine. If it's a real tight squeezing area, then maybe it would be troublesome. But otherwise, it's okay. So, like, you could go stand there. It should be fine if you want.
I'm going to leap directly over, like, touch on his shoulders briefly, and then somersault over top of Cynus and land flanking against our enemies on the other side.
Okay.
Also, I need to go and get my trident.
A daring gambit. I'll make you this offer. You can make a dexterity acrobatics check against a moderate DC. If you succeed, you'll do that flourish. If you fail, you'll land prone right at the feet and pseudopod of the creature.
I see. Is there a chandelier?
So I promise you there would be something better than chandeliers here. And it's in a different room.
Well, there's pillars.
I'm going to do my good old DM roll. I do a lot of DM improvisational rolls. The closest thing would be those wall sconces that are just like, almost like a torch sconce, excuse me, jutting out of the wall. Not a ship's rigging, not a chandelier.
No. Okay, I'm going to turn this into a leap attack with my belaying pin anyway. So a death-defying maneuver ending with a clout over the top of the one that's not an ooze yet.
Okay, you going for it?
Yep.
Okay, make your acrobatics check.
That is a 17.
Success. You leap, vaulting off of your ally, springing over the creatures, landing there. You're in a flank. I'll give you +2 to hit.
Nice. That is... You're saying any one-handed weapon I use can be a D10?
Yes.
All right.
It does stipulate that it can't be a reach or an improvised, but you're fine.
Okay, so my belaying pin does 4 points of damage to the still fleshy creature.
Okay. You smack it. Anything else?
To those at home who are wondering what a belaying pin is, it's essentially a hand club that they use for tying ropes to on ships.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the clarification.
No, that's it.
Also,
I stand ready.
Who got voted for inspiration at the end of last session?
Oh, I don't think we did vote, did we?
We didn't do that. I don't think we did.
We didn't vote for inspiration? Whoa, that's my tradition in all my games. At the end of each session, off camera, we always talk about, who we think was the most interesting, or MVP, or whoever you think should get inspiration next session. And whoever wins the vote gets it. So, who do you think should have got it last game?
Atticus.
I'll go with Atticus too.
Let's go with Atticus.
So Atticus,
I'll
you
go with
have
Atticus as well.
inspiration, just the
Okay.
like the generalized 5th edition inspiration. Yeah. You have to use it this session. At the end of the session, we'll do a vote and we'll see who gets it for the next one.
Okay.
Grazam, it is your turn.
Okay. I want to just take a look out of the corner, see those things. Go in front, don't go in front, not in the back. And I want to cast Blade of Death as I'm shouting, I kick ass and I spread death for you cynical. And I want to throw a Blade of Death on the right one. Or no, yeah, on the right one. Yeah.
Okay. So, I will let you know that your shot is quite blocked You can make the attempt, but it's going to have 3/4 cover. It has 3 allies and down the stairs and some wall obstructing you.
I would say that it would make absolute sense.
Or you can move. If you're daring, you can go move and get closer. And I'll just make it half cover from Cynus. You want to go to there?
I would never go closer, especially
Okay.
next to Cynus after that intimidation.
Okay.
No way.
No.
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. So you make your malleus incantation and fling forth from your outstretched hand, or maybe your holy symbol, a blade as though cast by the angel of death, and make a ranged spell attack.
That's a 12.
Again, the creature's fleshy, thick hide repels the attack. Atticus, we're looking at you now.
Atticus takes his net and he's going to hurl it over the top of Cynus in an attempt to net the still hyena'd enemy.
Okay, the one that still has its flesh armor.
Yep, it's going to be and this is happening normally because of his crossbow expert and his netcaster, which is a special Esper Emporium ability. And it's going to be a 14 to hit.
14 to hit. I'll give him half cover from Cynus. You do not hit. The creature avoids your net.
Oh. Remus, get up and help Cynus. And Remus will move ahead of me and he'll ready his shield behind Cynus. But for his action, he will throw his spear at the hyena.
Okay.
It's 11.
The spear clinks off of the wall. Clinks off of the wall. Not striking its intended target, sadly. The creatures now press their assault against Cynus. The one that has been stripped of its hide strikes out with slimy tendrils. It's a 19 to hit.
Disadvantage because I'm dodging.
Oh my gosh, that's true. How about if that's a critical? So 19 it is.
I don't know. Remus can't use his reaction to his disadvantage on the attack. Oh yeah, it's probably the same.
You already had it. Yeah.
Yeah. On the table. On the table. You suffer 5 bludgeoning damage plus 7 poison. 12 total. And it grabs you up in its slimy, sticky tendrils. You are restrained.
Remember, you got that extra 5 hit points. Sorry, had that extra 5 hit points.
Okay. The other one that still has the hyena suit on bites at you. It has advantage as you're restrained. Oh, but you're also dodging. Oh my gosh, but I rolled a nat 17 and a nat 18.
Rolling well.
Yeah. So, I've been rolling really well. Part of this is piercing, part of this is poison. You take 17 damage, Cynus. The thing savages you with its jaws. It is your turn.
Bring me death!
You are in the grips.
I might serve you!
Beautiful coincidence. I have the Dagger Master feat, which means I do not attack at disadvantage while restrained. I also attack with advantage against grappled and grappling enemies. So this amoeba guy is gonna get stabbed. the only target I really have.
You wanna bring me nice and close into you? Let me introduce you to my little friends here.
You grabbed the wrong enemy.
Okay. The first one is a 17 to hit
Oh yeah.
for 7 damage.
The slimy creature seems quite easy to hit without its fleshy armor on.
Glad I had advantage because I don't know the one.
7. Okay.
Yes. Okay, good damage on the second attack. That is a 16 to hit.
Mhm.
And 12 damage.
You stab the creature mightily. It still persists. Gwox, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to hit one of the creatures with my belaying pin and then move backwards to where my trident is.
Mm-hmm. Do you prefer to hit the one who's just exposed slime that's grappling Cynus? Or the one with... Okay.
My policy is always go after the thing which is the most damaged.
Good tactic.
So it's 17 to hit and 5 points of damage. Bludgeoning.
You smack the thing. It quivers against your club,
Ooh.
but does not desist.
And moving back to go and grab my trident now. And also surreptitiously see if there's anything coming to kill us.
You will provoke opportunity attacks. Are you okay
I accept
with
that.
You
I accept them.
Okay.
I accept the charges.
A slimy pseudopod swipes at you.
Son of a...
19 to hit.
Oh, yep, that hits.
Can't grab.
Please be 5 points. Please be 5 points.
Apparently, it can only grapple one creature at a time, so you're not going to get grabbed up by it.
Good. Please be 5 points. Please be 5 points.
11 damage total. Bludgeoning and poison. The other one bites at you with its savage jaws.
Shit, they both do?
$20 to hit.
Uh-huh.
I'm rolling hot tonight. I rolled terrible last session. I'm rolling so good this session.
I don't mind characters dying in the second session. That's okay with me.
I have something of a history with that. Players in my campaigns dying in the second session. It's 15 total.
In total, with including the 11, or is that the 15 for the second attack?
15 on the second one. 26 total.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
The thing.
Thanks for those. Thanks for those 5 hit points. I'm not down, but I'm on 4.
You are savaged mightily and poisoned. Not poison
I
condition,
am
but
never accepting a opportunity attack again. Just saying.
Probably wise. The bite wound and the bludgeon are burning. No ongoing condition, but just to flavor it up there.
And that's poison, not acid.
It is poison, indeed. You pick up your trident. You've moved 15 feet, so you probably still have some movement left if you care.
I'm just going to peek around the corridor to make sure there's nothing else coming.
Nothing. No, nothing obvious at least.
All good.
Okay. We go now to Grazam.
26 damage. Jeez.
Okay, I saw Gwox getting... Okay, I want to see the one that still has its hide.
Mm-hmm.
I want to show it with my finger, and I want to cast command saying, "God, you cynicor, commands you to run." Run, just so it will spend its turn running, provoking an opportunity attack.
Yep. Before you cast the spell, Grazam, you are aware that the target needs to understand your command. Yep.
That's
Do you
true.
think the creature would understand you?
No. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's
So
true.
if you think Grazam would figure it probably won't understand me and do something different, then that might be a better course of action.
Yes, you're right.
I'd rather you not
So
waste
I
your
want
spell
to.
slot.
Yeah, thanks.
You might
I want
need
to.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
If I go to the right, can I see Gwox even a little bit?
You peer out.
Don't think so.
Gwox, how flush are you getting against this wall over here? Are you
Pretty
like,
flush.
yeah, you're like keeping yourself behind as much cover? Okay. No, you can't quite make him out, Grazam. Do you want to bravely proceed forward?
No. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Come on, opportunity attacks for everyone.
They've already
Can't
used
be
their
just me,
reaction.
just me.
They've already used their reaction.
Yeah. Okay.
I soaked it up for you.
Well. Okay. Can I go next to those beasts? I don't think we can make it work like that.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Charge through you allies
Okay.
and body block them.
You move the full extent of your wondrous dwarven speed and go shoulder to shoulder with your ally Cynus, who is in the slimy grips of this oversized amoeba slime thing. Oh, look, and there's Gwox over there, too. You can see him.
Gwox, take a breather! And I want to cast Healing Word on him. Yep. He. I don't think he's very well. So you take 8. I heal you for 8. Wow, max.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, that was good.
That's a good healing word.
That's a good healing word. Yes. And for my action, I just want to hit with my axe, the one that is grappling Cyrus.
Okay.
Cynus. No. Natural 20!
Woo!
Man,
Yeah.
we are on fire today.
I can also screen something. Yes, I
Yeah,
know.
I'm rolling great, but you guys are also rolling great. So this is intense.
Yes, the damage is not great, but that's 12 slashing damage.
12 slashing. Okay.
Yes.
You hack and you cut the slimy tendrils off of the thing. It quivers repulsively and then seems to just expire right before your very eyes. It's kind of oozing out and discorpulating.
Don't provoke the wrath of Yukunsir! Yusunkir!
You've slain the thing. Well done, Grazam. Well done.
Can't give you first blood, unfortunately, because I don't think this has blood.
We go to Atticus now.
Atticus will draw his second net and will attempt to ensnare the sub-hyena. Okay, that's bad. That's a 17.
Yep. Your net restrains the creature. It struggles against the bonds.
And
Cynus, you're no longer restrained.
That's it. He'll do that, and then Remus will. Doesn't have a spear. He's got a longbow, but he can't put the longbow on because he's got a shield. He wants to use a shield for reaction. So Remus will just ready his action that if his allies move out of the way, he'll move forward. But otherwise, he's still good there. That ends my turn.
Okay, so he readies movement. The creature that is caught in the net bites viciously at the net. Makes an attack with disadvantage because of restraint. Okay.
Has to hit AC 10.
All right, got a 16.
It says here it needs to do 5 slashing damage, but I don't know if it...
It doesn't need to do 5 slashing? Okay, so let's say that it's chewing on the net. It hasn't gotten through it yet, but it kind of damaged it some.
Perfect use of the net. Perfect.
Cynus, it's your turn. The fell hyena is restrained.
Cynus was holding this gelatinous thing at bay with his arms outstretched, and then suddenly it just slings outward in a spray of this nasty bile. And he screams and goes from 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock, flanking with Grazam, without leaving this hyena's threatened area for an attack of opportunity. Just skirts all the way around it.
Circle around it, yeah.
Perfect. To make room for Atticus and Remus behind him. And when he gets to the
squishy
other side,
sounds as your boots stomp through the discorpulating one.
he kind of slides on it a little bit, almost like the blood in the arena. He seems pretty familiar with it. He is going to use his bonus action to Second Wind.
Cool. Good call.
For 13 additional hit points. Thank God. Okay, so he's good. Then he will use his action to attack. And he has advantage since it's in the net and restrained. 21 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And 10 points of damage.
You stab into the hyena. It makes this sound as though it would like yowl in pain, but no actual voice comes out of it. Just like...
Remus's readied action would trigger as he steps up to where Cynus once was.
Very well. Gwox, you have been healed by the invigorating word of your cleric ally. You're still hurt, but not as bad.
My soul has been inappropriately inspired by from a distance without consent. I'm going to hurl my javelin at the dog.
I think you have advantage because it's restrained.
Yes.
And flanking.
+2 from flanking, advantage.
Gwox isn't flanking, but you do have advantage from it being restrained.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 15, 17 to hit.
Oh, yes, you have struck your target.
Doing 1 point of damage.
1?
1? How'd you do 1?
No way. You've
I'm
got
rolling a D10, and I don't have a strength bonus.
You could make a dexterity.
In that case, it's 4.
Yeah, for a ranged attack.
4.
Much better than 1. Decidedly better than 1. Your trident stabs the thing. Trident or javelin?
Trident.
Trident. Okay, your trident stabs the creature. And it's just there, struggling in the net still. Grazam.
Okay. I want to go and slash the one that is blooded. Kind of.
It's still active. It still has its hyena hide on.
Oh no! I meant the other one. Sorry, the blooded one.
You've defeated that one.
Oh, because I already. Oh, because I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
You hard to tell because it's already
so much.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's hard to tell because it's already a pile of garbage, but still.
Awesome. As I'm stepping on its corpse, I want to slash the other one. And do I have advantage because it's restrained?
You have advantage for it being restrained. You have +2 for flanking with Cynus.
Awesome. I have to screenshot this. That's a second natural 20 for 6 slashing damage
Huzzah.
in total.
Well done.
I will send
Just
this to
just 6 on a critical?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Disappointed. Okay.
Okay. All right. You chop the creature with your hand axe. You're definitely hacking into the hide there, and you're exposing maybe a little bit of the slime underneath, but it's going to take another strike to get it off. Atticus.
Atticus will. How busy is it down there? He's going to. He's going to give Remus his Kismet for guidance, and then Remus is going to attempt to knock the restrained creature prone. The wolf, the hyena. Okay, so that's a 17.
You succeed. So
It's
it is
restrained
it is
and
netted
prone.
in. It is knocked over.
On the ground, you dog, or snot pile, or whatever it is you are.
You hurl your insult, and you immediately realize that being prone doesn't actually bother this thing. It
Slime.
just kind of makes the best out of the situation.
It twists its legs back
Yeah.
the wrong
It
way.
just-
so
yeah,
it's
it just
still
twists it
standing.
Did Atticus do
Good
something?
to know.
Did Atticus?
Yeah,
himself do
Atticus
something?
gave him guidance. So
Gave him the guidance. Okay, you used the Kismet. Well, it was a good thought. It was a try.
it's a learning experience.
It was. Oh my. This thing it's netted up, right? It's going to continue to gnaw at the nets, and got at least a 10. That is true, and it will finish gnawing through the net and freeze itself. That was his action, though. Cynus, it is your turn.
We could try to parlay with it. No, he's gonna murder it. He's going to. Cynus is pretty happy where he is, considering everything. He believes that Grazam is a great target for this creature now that it's free of the net. But he'll try and turn its attention back to Cynus. With the +2 from flanking, the lowest of my 2 attack rolls is a 17.
Both are hits.
Wonderful. Good damage! Good damage! 18 points of piercing damage.
That's a hit. Oof. Okay. Yep.
Yeah,
You have slashed off the thing's fleshy suit, and it falls in clumps aside, revealing a amoeba-like ooze creature underneath.
Beneath your armor, we are the same.
And Gwox. The next slime creature has been laid bare. What do you reckon, Gwox?
I'm going to charge up and hit it with my belaying pin, doing 8 points of damage.
What's the attack?
20 to hit.
Oh yeah, that will definitely do it. 8 points of, is it bludgeoning?
Yeah.
That didn't seem to do anything.
It's immune to bludgeoning damage?
It is.
Oh.
I might have neglected that earlier.
Well, you went boing before, but I didn't pick up on it.
Actually, I
understandable.
overlooked its immunity previously, so I guess I gave you some freebie damage.
I love immunity to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. It's so good.
You strike the jelly, and it just wobbles. Grazam.
Right. I'm also going to pick up my javelin. Trident again.
Trident in hand. Grazam.
Okay, I will try and slash it again with my hand axe. Do I have a +2?
You have +2 for flanking.
Yep. Awesome. 19 + 2, 21.
Most certainly a hit. Now that it has been de-hided, it seems a little easier to hit.
For 8 slashing damage, more than my crit.
You chop into the creature, and that seems effective as always.
Awesome.
Atticus, we turn to you now.
Atticus is gonna quickly move back into the other chamber to see if all the noise has attracted attention from anywhere else. Just like looking down the hallway to the west.
Yep. You take a peek, Atticus. You don't notice anything. Nothing seems to have been changed. You see nobody.
All right. Great. Well, I'll go back. I'll go back to the other. I'll go back down the stairs, or as far as I can go. I don't think throwing a net on this jelly will work now. I have a feeling it won't work. But I don't have any
It's been like
weapons.
4 or 5 rounds of combat, right? So we're not even in 20 seconds of combat.
I will Kismet give guidance to Gwox.
Thank you.
Gwox, the god looks favorably upon you.
I know.
And then Remus will stab at it. Oh, and Remus has also lost his trident. He's just trying to bash it with his shield as an improvised weapon. Is that fine?
Okay.
Oh, he can't because it's just bludgeoning damage. So it just bounces off.
I haven't told you it's ineffective.
Curses.
You've noticed, you've observed that.
Alright. I think
It's
we
up to
gotta
DM to make that.
blunt-
cut it or stab it.
Blunt force isn't doing so well.
And that ends my turn.
Does Remus not have a secondary weapon?
He has a longbow, which he has to get rid of his
Oh,
shield.
that's right. He has a longbow.
You could take an arrow with your hand and stab it like a dagger.
There you
We'll do
go.
that next
You'd
turn.
improvise a dagger.
Just get in there with your teeth. It's fine.
The Ichorites have teeth. Do we know?
As long
Yeah,
as they were
human.
fashioned, with teeth, yeah.
Cynus
I imagine
has
most
no
of them do.
features on his face other than his eyeballs, but Atticus or Remus looks like an actual statuesque person.
Yeah. All right. So, Remus is kind of organizing himself and assessing the situation for a split second while the creature assaults. Oh my gosh, who does it attack? It's kind of surrounded. I don't even freaking know. Let me look at this thing's intelligence score. No. All right. Random roll.
Let me look
1,
at his
2, 3.
intelligence
It is
score. No.
Remus. Yeah. It just flails out at Remus. That's the direction that it flails in. 10 is a miss. It just kind of
Miss.
swipes in Remus's direction. He swats the blow aside easily with his shield. And Cynus, it is your turn.
Behold glory!
My lowest roll was a 17, and
Okay.
it was 20 points of damage.
Yeah. Remus is an arena champion and has spilt the blood of many. And now he spills not blood per se, but a slimy, viscous, green-yellow, amoebic plasm onto the floor, and the thing begins to slowly lose its structural integrity before your very eyes.
Like the senator from X-Men.
You all have accrued another milestone. Success in the battle.
Nice.
You guys are marking down the milestones that you're getting, right?
2 so far, I believe.
Okay.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
All right. Just wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah, we're very aware of our experience points. It's our job.
menagerie around you is in a terrible shape, and there are horrors, strange oddities stalking it.
Clearly.
Cynus
you hear
pointedly.
you hear drips of water from somewhere in the near distance, and the chitter of vermin.
I'm going to put one of those little plastic, careful, wet surface may slip over here, down on the floor, because health and safety, everyone.
Cynus pointedly takes a few steps right over the disgusting sludge and slurry that's on the ground until he's like 1.25 inches from Remus's face. The edge of this basket helmet is right there. And Cynus reaches into his girdle, pulls out a dagger, and hands it to him.
A gift from the gods, all the same. He takes it.
Completely silently. He doesn't say a word. He just gives him one of his daggers, so he has 5 left.
Lock that down.
Gwox is cleaning his trident meticulously.
Who is wounded?
Cynus asks.
Me.
One of Cynus's arms is like blistery and bubbly from whatever the hell sprayed on him early in the fight. But he seems to have recovered quite a bit. He flexes and shakes his arms a bit and gets some of the sludge to fling off.
Do we rest or push on?
We should probably see what else is in here. I don't want any more dogs sneaking up on me. What should we call these things?
Dead.
Cynus says, uncaring.
From where do they come, though?
He asks.
Broken cages down the corridor that way. I would say that it's possibly a looping corridor. But there's a door over in the corner here by this weird bit of the bas-relief fresco artwork.
Fresco, yeah.
That I was going to investigate. And by the way, my leg is still fairly messed up.
I could help with that. Maybe wait. I have something here. Wait, let me find it. Wait, yeah, there it is. Well, you can eat that and you will feel better than any time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice.
It's actually not terrible.
I know, but no one accepts that. I don't know that. I don't know why, but
I like how it makes your mouth numb.
yes, and you can feel it when it's going down right down your throat. It's great. I know. So you're healing for 4 HP.
4.
4, yes. And I have one more if you want to, because
AJ,
it's.
you mean 4? 4?
Yeah.
Well,
4.
thank you. 4?
4.
It's part of my panoply of the swamp because I'm a swamp dwarf. Yeah. And it's called sugar moss. Nothing to do with sugar. Just how I call it because it's great. Now. So I have one more if you want to, but I know you want more than that because
I've already plucked it off you. I've already plucked it off you and eaten it.
Yeah. You want one more? I have one more.
There's a bit more coming out of your ear there. It's not bad.
You just wake up in the morning with a bald face and Dragonborn's just like.
You can pluck it out on your own if you want to have the experience. It's right there. Come on. Ah, not. Okay.
It's here with it.
It's fine. I can't taste anything anymore. How many points was that?
4 more.
Oh, another 4. Thank you.
Another 4. Yes. It's my wisdom modifier. So
Nice. Okay. I'm good.
Yep.
I'd like to go and collect. Atticus would like to go collect his trident. Remus collecting his trident. I'm guessing that net is ruined now. One of the nets he has.
It would need to be repaired.
Okay, we'll just
Yeah.
collect it later
Okay.
on. You'll sort that out.
Okay.
Would you like to take a sample?
Oh, not at the moment. Maybe later. I'm double checking Gwox to make sure he's not turning blue or anything.
A little
After
bit
eating.
strange for the mushrooms, but okay.
Gwox
I'm gonna head
actually
over to the
seems to be
door.
faring better having eaten the sugar moss from Grazam. He has reinvigorated, and it has numbed the pain.
Mm.
And
I'm going to
it
head over
tasted
and
slightly sweet too.
investigate the door.
Gwox, you come to look at the door. It is reminiscent of the door that led down here to begin with. A reinforced door. It has a sliding bolt that locks the door from the outside, so from your side. It's currently engaged.
Okay.
There is also a slot about 10 inch by 4 inch. I don't know if you guys can see me. About like that. It's like a metal slot that you can open and shut that allows one to look inside. The
Okay,
slot is
I'm going
shut
to
and the bolt is
listen.
engaged.
I'm going to listen at the door before I try the slot.
Cast guidance on him.
Okay. Go ahead and make your perception check with guidance.
22.
Yeah. +1.
It's pretty good.
23.
The sound that you hear on the other side is quite faint, so you really listened well to be able to hear it. It's a watery sound. Just a slight bubbling. I don't think bubble. It's even slighter than that. Just like a and a little bit of drips. Something watery on the other side.
Okay, I'm going to slide open the door and have a look.
Are you opening up the viewing slot?
Viewing slot, yeah.
You look inside. There is a room with a pool of water, perhaps the aquarium of the menagerie.
There's a chul in there. I just fucking know it. There's always a chul.
Be an aboleth. You don't know.
It's going to be a chul because whenever there's a chul, one character is going to die. I can guarantee it.
Yep. So you look inside. There's water. The surface of the water, gently ripples. So you can see there's some kind of water circulating, but nothing with any great amount of force. And just here and there, little drips from the walls or the ceiling.
Slide the viewport closed, turn around and look at the party and say, "We have no business in there."
What was it? What did you see?
A large and dangerous body of water.
What was dangerous about the water?
Water.
Don't you work on a ship?
I do. That's the ocean. This is a pool of water put there by men.
Well, if you think it's dangerous, then I guess we'll just...
Well, it's
Move
either
on
full of
by.
men's pee or some monster.
I'm interested in what these cages are, actually, and
I can guarantee
Atticus
if there
will
was a
go over
safe pool, all the guards would
have
be
a look at
peeing in
these.
there.
have a look at these cages and see if there's anything particular.
Okay.
Everyone
Does anyone
hides
go with
the
Atticus?
best water underground behind a locked door.
Yeah, Remus is with Atticus at all times.
Yeah,
yes.
that's where you put the safe water.
I think that knowing that's where the enemies came from, Cynus would also go there to plug up the hallway in case anything came around that corner.
I'm going to watch the other corridor to make sure that we don't get flanked from behind.
And I want to eat a honeycomb, a dryad's honeycomb, from my feet And I have no. I want to give it to someone else. I want to give it to Cynus, honeycomb, from my fungus. I take it out of my armpit, and I want to give it to him.
The man is a walking smorgasbord.
I wanna tell him. This will protect you from those poisonous thingy things. So eat that like a good boy, and maybe you give it to him. I give it to Atticus, and I'm stepping back from Cynus. Good boy, or statue, or you know.
I'll right now, or should I wait?
Well, it works for 8 hours, so it's okay. He can eat it, and he will be resistant to those things.
Oh, I'll keep it in mind, and I'll pop it into my top pocket for now.
Dwarf trail rations have whole new meaning.
I think you have to eat it when I pluck it off, or it
really?
It will
Okay.
wither.
Well, he'll give it to Remus, and then Remus will eat it. What does it do?
It gives you resistance to poison damage.
Oh,
Since I saw those things were poisonous. Yeah, and that's the end of my fungus
Excellent.
usefulness.
All right, Remus, you have a resistance to poison for 8 hours. Atticus, you approach the cages here. The doors and bars are all broken open, and there are blood stains and bits of fur and other signs of the animals having been devoured.
well, it looks like whatever happened here, it was a struggle. Gwox, where did those things come from? Did they come from in the cages? Gwox isn't there. Atticus will go down the hallway and have a look around the corner. Just a peek.
You take a look, and the corridor has two connecting points. One does indeed wrap around, and the other one goes on further. Farther even.
I guess I'll go farther down here.
There we go. That's what you see. Yeah, so this one wraps around and connects, and then this one goes farther into the menagerie.
Well, I think there's only one way forward unless we double back, but perhaps we should try and find the dead end here before we backtrack. Maybe these other cages will have something in them. I'll have a look at the other cages just in case.
Okay. Atticus, you take a look over here, and they seem largely the same. Broken, ripped, bent, smashed. Various animals must have been inside, because you see a variety of different kinds of tufts of fur, even some feathers of different colors, and blood stains, maybe here and there, minuscule dried chunks of gore.
Is there any like slime residue or something like that? Does it look like these two dog things did this? Because it seems pretty
you see no obvious slime residue, though you can make a perception or investigation check if you'd like.
He'll go for an investigation, which he has 0 on. Oh, but it's a natural 18.
You see no indication that the slime creatures are what ate the animals that had been in these cages.
Yeah.
You see this final one here was not a cage, but actually a compartment used to store animal feed. It's empty with just a faint bit of residue remaining. Some beetles scurry out of the way when you look in there.
Is the residue similar to the slime that we fought?
residue of animal feed.
Oh, okay.
A dry, powdery, crumb type thing.
Well, I don't know if those dog things did this, but something very strong ripped all these cages off. It looks like these dog things were hunting for scraps, whatever they could find.
Gwox will walk forward down the corridor now that he hears his companions up ahead and say, "No, I don't think the dog things did that. They weren't in the cages. They came around the corridor from the direction, well, down that way."
Well, the corridor still continues, so let's just
does
have
it?
a quick look.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the party proceeds on now with Atticus in the lead. I assume you're all still moving carefully and quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Atticus, you see the corridor wraps around. Let me do some revealing here.
Uh-oh, big cage.
Big one. Big boy.
Atticus, you see that the corridor wraps around. In this room here, you don't think it was a cage. The door looks truly like a door, not a cage door, not bars, anything of the sort. It must have been some kind of supply room, but the supplies and the equipment are completely demolished, broken to bits.
Look like animal supplies, like harnesses, ropes, anything like that, or is it food or?
There are menagerie supplies. There are also indications of, it's hard to make it out, but general supplies. They're quite thrashed.
Okay, so something came in here, maybe looking for some food. Perhaps, I don't know.
Perhaps so.
I'll have Remus stay in front of me for now as we continue down the hallway.
Gwox says, "Don't you think it's strange that that priest was just walking around when there was a pair of monsters like that roaming around here? There was nothing separating that priest and these creatures."
Esper said that the priest didn't enter the doorway. He simply kept checking it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he knew it was down here.
He did say there was great danger.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's see what this hallway leads to. And I'll continue down.
Okay.
At least the priest wasn't lying.
Okay, just give me a sec. I'm taking out some fog strategically. Okay, how does that look? That looks pretty good. Okay. So, your party proceeds on with Remus in the front, followed by, I suppose, Atticus, Gwox, Cynus, Grazam. Does that sound about right? Yep. Okay. You reach a lower area of the menagerie. And this is a massive room. The vaulted ceilings go up high, like 30 feet, perhaps. In fact, it appears to be an old temple that was restructured as a menagerie with cages for larger beasts. There are several damaged spots with ripped out chunks of masonry and destroyed doors, fragmented floor stones, shredded tapestries. Gwox notes that not all the tapestries are completely shredded. There are some that run up these walls and large pillars going up higher even than a chandelier would go. The smell of this place is rank. The prior place smelled mainly of animal dung. This place smells putrid. It offends and assaults your nostrils. There are some parts you can't see just from where you're standing. And there's a door, another one of those heavy doors, just like the door to the aquarium.
Gwox,
Here.
I think this might be another one of your water doors. Why don't you check it out?
I'll check it out.
Guidance.
Okay. Grazam utters a quick prayer over you as you approach. The door of this cage or this cell is just like the one you had seen previously. It's a kind of a heavy reinforced door. It has that sliding bolt and the viewing slot. Though this door has sustained a great deal of damage.
What sort of damage?
It looks like something has torn at it, like claw marks, large claw marks.
Are there any signs of claw marks on any random bits of wall or stuff?
Sure, yeah.
Just so something's been clawing in general.
Something caused damage down here to the structure.
Looks like there's something dangerous nearby. I'll open up the viewing slot in the door if it's just like the last one.
It is. Gwox, you open the viewing slot. You see inside a cell, and you are immediately greeted by a large feline beast with massive saber-like fangs. It smells awful in there, as though no one has cleaned its cage in a long time. The creature looks.
Aww.
The creature
Kitty.
looks. It looks a little. It looks very hungry. It's like rough tongue, even like licks out of the slot.
I'll take one of the eggs from my pocket and just throw it through the slot.
It licks it up and eats it hungrily, and then starts like licking the ground to get any little bit, any
Bits of chicken, some dates, and things that I was stealing from our host before. I'll just keep shoving it through the. There's a very big cat inside here with
What are you
large
doing?
teeth.
Don't feed it. It'll keep coming back for more.
It's through a door.
That door doesn't look like it's very firm.
Look at this way, Atticus. If it comes out of here, the first thing it's going to want to eat is me, because I smell like food. Now, would you kindly go and check the rest of the room while I keep this thing from stopping bursting through this already very damaged door?
To the left to get away from the door towards. Yep. I'll send Remus ahead of me, just in case there's a giant cat there.
Grazam, do you have any mushrooms that'll knock out large cats?
Let me see the cat. Let me see.
It is at this point that a growly voice speaks with malformed words coming from the shadows of a sloping tunnel on the north side.
You should not have come here.
Another voice, twisted, pained. Do not look upon us! Do not look upon us!
Was that the cat? What was that?
You
Not the
hear,
cat.
you hear footsteps.
I think we're about to
Heavy
find out what
footsteps.
happens when what happened to the hyenas happens to a human.
Cynus is not good at it, but before these things come through, can he try and duck behind that wall and conceal himself? The wall at 2 o'clock from his current position, that L-shaped one.
Are you trying to hide, or are you just trying to run as fast as you can?
I will try to hide.
Make a Make a
I rolled well. 18
stealth.
for
Okay.
a stealth check. I only get my dex bonus. I'm not trained in it or anything.
Okay.
Is
18
this doorway open inwards or outwards?
outwards
What direction does it swing?
from your right hand outwards. Okay, you have hidden yourself, Gwox. From the shadows ahead steps a monstrous giant with 2 heads atop long necks. Inky tears drip down from empty eye sockets and stain its facial fur. It appears part human and part beast, weasel-like in its aspects. It opens twin mouths, and from them forked tongues extend out, each of the tongues gripping onto an eyeball. I have an image. I'll put it in the Discord.
The tongues are seeking our eyeballs.
I've got an image for everyone who's watching as well.
Hell is that?
Now that looks like something I could imagine serving Demogorgon.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Beautiful piece. Looks great. Where can
Somebody
we find amazing pieces of art like that?
This comes from Esper's Emporium of Esoterica, as well as the Adventure Blood Lament, both available on esperthebard.com.
Seriously, it's a very robust book. You should check it out. esperthebard.com.
Here's another shot of it. Is that the thing makes pained, groaning sounds, and seems to be ashamed that you all have come here and are able to look upon it, and it becomes hostile immediately. Roll for initiative, everybody.
18.
I think Gwox has my guidance. If, as per you, allow it to
Yep.
be all together with initiative.
Dirty 20 on Atticus.
And I rolled a 4 on my guidance, so Gwox, you have a +4 in initiative.
I say
22.
21, 22. Can I just ask the party's opinion on a possible course of action? Yay or nay? Let the tiger out to kill it.
You think Tiger's gonna play along?
No. I don't.
Almost decidedly not, no.
No. Okay, that's a no. That's a no.
Maybe,
Okay.
No,
maybe
no, no.
do that.
Not that the tiger is going to attack it and not us. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, because we absolutely should. It's just that we should be up those fucking stairs before we do anything.
Yeah.
So we can
Well,
keep the tiger.
that's why I was
from-
asking which way the door opens, because I was thinking, like, open the door and the only thing the tiger sees is monster.
Yeah.
Big, tasty,
We're on
juicy.
the same length. We absolutely
I need
should
the
do
initiative
it, but-
for Grazam.
13.
15,
13,
Cynus.
13.
13, and
15.
Cynus.
a 10.
Just bear with me. I'm juggling so much. I need like a second me to really make all this flow. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I want this.
Atticus is in the wrong place for that plan.
Gwox, it is your turn.
We get a vote from the audience.
Don't ignore them. They're also like 10 minutes behind. Just do it.
Call 1-800 right now if you want the party to go here.
They're probably.
I mean,
not
we
10
don't even
minutes
know.
behind. They're
I'll
like
try the
1
door. Is the door locked or unlocked?
The door to the saber-tooth cage. It has that sliding bolt, so all I have to do is just like disengage the bolt and you can open it up.
Okay, we'll keep the saber-tooth in reserve. I throw my javelin. My trident.
You throw your trident? Okay.
I know if I was in the audience, I'd be like, kill it, kill it. That's probably going to miss 10.
10 definitely misses. Your trident sails, ding, 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 lands against the wall behind the horror.
I got to get one of those returning trident magic things.
Anything else, Gwox?
No.
We go now to Atticus and Remus.
Atticus will be like, "Oh, what is that?" And do I? I guess I can't. Can I figure out what type of creature it is? Is it a aberration, a monster, undead? What is it?
It's a monster.
Do you have an ability that like gives you that sort of knowledge, like how rangers have a special foe?
Yeah, history and religion proficiency.
Okay, so making a knowledge
That's
check
about
would be
it.
your action, but it might be worth it. Sometimes knowing what a creature is and what it does and resists and stuff is a important thing. So if you want.
Yeah, I will try.
Okay, so intelligence and whatever you want to put onto that, whatever you think.
Ooh, that's cats. It's going to be a 18.
18.
History or religion is my best ones.
Take a pick between those two. Which one is your gut
I'll go
instinct?
with it's menagerie. It was a temple, so
Yep.
or I'll go with religion.
Nice.
This your 18 tells you that this must certainly be some kind of twisted and cursed monstrosity. It is not an undead. It is a monstrosity creature, though it is not a natural thing. You think some kind of dark magic or fell supernatural force caused this horrific twin-headed giant to come into being. You think it's a unique creature. You don't think it's something that just roams out in the world, that you could know common traits for it. You are concerned about the eyes that it grips at the ends of its forked tongues. You're thinking those eyes probably have some ability. And while its eyes are retracted, like its mouth is shut and it sucks it in, it is just seeing with these like hollow eye sockets with black inky tears. So you suspect that it probably has some kind of blind sight to some range. Having two heads probably gives it advantage on certain things. Perceiving, resisting stuns and charms and stuff probably gives it 2 reactions per round. Its claws look pretty wicked and its teeth also look nasty.
All right, I shout out, "This is some sort of cursed beast, like those dogs from upstairs. Keep a lookout for its eyes. They've probably got some nasty curse they're going to inflict on us as well." And then Atticus will run for cover where Remus is.
Atticus runs for cover. How far do you want to go?
There will do.
Okay. And Remus?
Remus will move to the corner of the wall there, and he will ready his action to attack with his javelin, trident.
To his trident? Okay. The creature moves forward. In horrid wail, shame, and agony. It almost seems painful just for it to move. The trident of Remus sails to the air. Make your attack.
It's going to be a 13.
13 does not get you what you need. It is repelled by the thick hide of the creature. They have seen us! They have seen us! The thing opens its mouth wide, and these tongues come out bearing eyes. And it is going to target Remus and Grazam. I think it has particular focus against Grazam. Let's go with the Remus one first. An eye peers at Remus, and a ray just it flings so fast it almost seems to just spring into existence. A line straight into the head of Remus of some kind of fell energy. Make a wisdom saving throw, Remus.
Remus got it's a 14 total.
Remus grits his teeth or has some kind of, straining look upon his face. He has succeeded. He takes half damage. Psychic. 10 reduces to 5. 5 psychic damage. And Grazam, the eyes look at you, and they seem to burn with hatred and loathing. What is that? What is that? No! And a beam fires at you. Make a Constitution saving throw. It is a brilliant beam of fell light.
9.
9. 9 is not successful. You are overwhelmed by the sinister
I hear a lot
radiance.
of dice.
You take 19 radiant damage, and you are blinded.
Ah! My eyes! My eyes!
You see nothing but just this, burning, flashing, kind of off red color. It is your turn, Remus. You stumble about blindly. And it is Grazam's turn. You're blinded, so I would like to ask you, don't look at the battle map. Usually I would turn it off at this point, but I can't do that very well with the way we've got this arranged.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then this doesn't need a request to see the targets. I will cast Bless on me. It says up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. If you say that I need to see them, it's okay. It doesn't say it in the spell.
You don't need to see them. Nope. Just choose the 3 and you basically say a prayer and you call the blessing down.
I will say a lot of prayers right now. Okay, one is for me, another one is for Cynus, and another one is for Gwox.
Okay. Cynus, Gwox, and Grazam himself have all been blessed. So do not forget you have a D4 on your attacks and your saving throws.
Yes.
That's
an
important thing not to forget.
Yep. And for my bonus action, I want to pray for forgiveness. I'm sorry. I want to kneel and say I'm sorry if I sinned, if I said lies, and I kneeled before another temple other than yours. And then I want to get up again, of course, so that it doesn't happen. It already has advantage. And that's my turn. Yep.
You shout out your prayer in desperation to your god of ascendancy, your god who calls you to take fate into your own hands and to try to ascend the grand celestial mountain. At the end of your turn, repeat the Constitution saving throw against the blinding effect.
And I have a plus 1d4.
Yep.
19.
You've recovered your sight, Grazam.
Oh! Thank you.
Cynus.
Okay.
Cynus the champion.
I'm playing.
I guess the thing hasn't actually seen you yet. I'm sorry. I should have given you a surprise round.
I'm playing a long game.
Okay.
I know Gwox is a little chaos goblin and loves to just mess everything up. Cynus, leaning into his Ichoriite heritage, looks just like a statue standing against this wall.
Okay.
I'm not going to move a muscle. I'm not going to twitch. I'm not even going to draw the daggers from the girdle. I just have my hands on their pommels.
Okay.
And I'm standing here still as a statue, hoping that if this tiger is let loose, it will not attack a bronze statue standing next to the wall. Since the creature hasn't seen me, I'm assuming that I'm not going to be rended in twain by some unseen fucking force. So I'm going to use my action to dodge.
Okay.
And I will remain completely still.
Interesting. Okay, got it. The saber-toothed tiger is getting riled up and agitated due to the strange magical effects and the shouting and the screaming and the awful voice of this twin-headed monster, and it's like pounding and trying to get this door open. Gwox, it is your turn.
Go out on a limb here. This might work, it might not. I'm going to step forward, and Gwox is going to yell, Obaya, stop!
No! Don't say those names!
Oops. Sorry. I almost flung my headset off. The head of the thing is like flailing back and forth.
Gwox will advance on the creature, shouting those names over and over again, telling them to cease. Like you're a naughty child.
Gwox, make an intimidation check.
Not my strong suit, but okay. I do have charisma bonus. 19.
Not bad. But the thing, whatever you're hoping for, it does not have that effect. You have enraged the thing, and it turns its attention solely onto you. So maybe Grazam likes that because it had something against Grazam, but now it's really just focusing on you.
Well, it's been nice, guys.
Anything else?
I'm currently armed. I'm currently armed with a belaying pin and a good idea. That turned out to be a bad idea. No, I'm just gonna run as soon as it lunges for me.
Okay, do you want to run right now?
No, I'm still pretty sure that I can turn this around.
Okay. Atticus, it's your turn.
Atticus, so hearing that, making the connection of these two princes, he's going to make his way around the corner, just passing by Remus. He's going to say, "Murderers! Murderers!" And it was going to invoke a Bane on the creature and has to make a Charisma DC 13 saving throw.
That's a much better idea.
4. It fails.
He's currently baned. And then he'll use the rest of his movement to stand behind Remus.
Well done, Atticus. It suffers negative 1d4 on attacks and saving throws. It does do something, though. I have to remember this. It has a reaction when you cast the spell upon it. Its hollow, eyeless, black inky sockets gaze at you as you are cursing it with your spell, and it curses you in return. There's no immediate, obvious thing that happens, but you just feel that dread rising up in the pit of your stomach, and the hairs on the back of your neck stand.
Oh, curse be upon you all!
The creature begins its turn. I've rolled the wrong die. Why did I roll a d4? I don't want a d4. I want a d.
Because of Bane.
Okay, yeah, I'll save that as the Bane. There we go. It targets both its rays at Gwox.
You have bless for both of them, remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The
And you
first
got your hand
ray.
of fate.
The first ray is a pale colored thing that we saw target Remus previously, and it goes, streaking right to the forehead of Gwox. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Do I have any bonuses to the saving throw, anybody?
Bless, and you
Bless.
can use your hand of fate.
Plus 1d4 bless. Yeah, and if you want to use Hand of Fate, you can get advantage on it.
I do.
Okay.
Holy shit, I rolled a 7 and a 1.
Oh, no. But the d4, don't forget the d4.
Oh, you're a trickster, so you also have dash, I think, when you use your hand of fate as well.
He has an extra action he can use before the end of his next turn. It can be dash, dodge, hide, or try to escape from a restraint.
If you're still alive, you can.
If you're still alive,
do it.
Right, so there's 7, 8, 9, 10.
Alas, it is not enough, Gwox. Pain sears through your mind. You take 17 psychic damage.
Okay, I'm not dead.
Gwox.
3 hit points left.
Gwox, something terrible has happened to you.
Nah.
You have been struck by a damnation ray. You have been damned. You currently are without any of your class features except for your proficiencies. So your
Oh my
saves
god,
and
I'm just
skills,
stunningly
weapons and stuff.
attractive.
So you still have weapons and saves and skills, but any class features you don't have access to them at the moment. They're just like expelled from you. But you will make saves at the end of your turn to try to get that back.
Right. Okay.
And there was a second ray. Did I mention
My
there were two?
mojo!
Did I mention there were two? There's another one. Another one streaks towards your mind. Make a charisma saving throw. And don't forget your d4.
Do I still get advantage on this? No, just the one.
One for one roll.
Not that the advantage did me much good in the first place. All right. Oh, God. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Okay. Your mind is like a bastion of defense this time, and the bulwark denies whatever strange
so stunned at
control.
what just happened.
Yeah, you feel some kind of like tendrils of madness reaching into your mind, and you through force of willpower overcome them, and that's it.
Too late, fucker. I'm already crazy.
Okay, it is Grazam's turn.
Oh. Okay. I will. Seeing that, I will utter a prayer as as my eyes are looking on the ceiling, and I want to thank Yusinikur for giving me the most precious gift of them all. His servant, a celestial servant that will come to aid our purpose and I will summon the Celestial Servant right next to this beast.
From ethereal mists appears a crocodile with a beautiful iridescent aspect to it and limbed in holy light.
And that's from my subclass, and that's an action. And for my bonus action, I want to summon. I want to cast Spirit Weapon right next to that beast, that monstrosity. And I believe I can attack on this turn too, or at the next turn.
Yeah,
I think I do. Okay, and I have +4 because of the bless. Okay, that definitely hits. That's a 17 +4. That's a 17 +4 +6. My attack bonus. Yes, I think that hits. 27.
It quite hits.
Awesome. Yep, and it does 1d8 +4. Oh, 8 +4, 12.
Nice.
Yeah.
The first damage has been struck against the creature, and upon doing so, it uses its second reaction and places its accursed hollow gaze upon you, Grazam. So the same thing that happened to Atticus is upon you now.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's great.
Your celestial servant can act after you, so go ahead and have it snap with its bite.
Yes, it attacks with its bite. It has +3 to hit. Let's see if it hits. That's a 4 +3, 7. I believe it doesn't hit.
The jaws of the celestial crocodile snap, catching nothing but air.
Okay, and I want to move out of its gaze. I want to start walking behind Cynus and up.
Like that?
Yep. Yes. That's my turn.
Cynus, it is your turn. You've been holding still, statue-like.
It seems that Gwox is about to be turned into a paste, so it won't really help. But I still have the drop on this thing. And seeing as I know how it attacks now, Cynus is going to come around the wall southward, cut westward as far as he can to try and flank with the crocodile, if he can make it that far. If not, he's fine next to the spirit weapon.
Okay, sure. You leap out and get some semblance of a flank with the creature.
Mar!
What do you got?
I have a sheet of paper that I wrote in giant letters, bless! So
yes,
I'm going to do my 2 attacks, and I'm going to roll my bless with them. Okay. 18 +5 on one hit, and the other is a 19 again!
Nice.
I am loving Dagger.
And a critical. I'm sure you are.
21 points of piercing damage.
The thing howls as you stab and rend it with your raptor strikes. Though it is a large thing, and it endures, it continues to assault you all. The saber-toothed tiger, agitated, roused, and riled up in its cage, continues to pound and force itself against the door,
Ed Kitty.
trying to get itself free. And what it would do after that, we will have to just see. So we go back to the top of the round. Gwox, we're looking at you. You're wounded. You've been damned of your class abilities, but you do have Bless.
Do I still have my racial abilities?
Yes.
Gwox will step forward, say, a horse walks into a bar and the bartender says, "Why long face?" And spit acid all over the thing
All right.
in
Go ahead and roll it
a
up.
visceral reaction to my uncoolness. That's a 15-foot cone, DC 10, if it's dodging out of the way.
And the Bane reduces its save.
Yep. It fails. It got like a 6 with the Bane.
It's a total of 14 points of damage.
It is singed in the streaming acidic spittle. Gwox.
For those of you at home, we have a house rule for Dragonborn breath weapons that increases their damage. So
That's right. Yeah. Thank you.
just covering our bases.
Gwox,
terribly sorry.
you spray acid into the faces of the monstrosity.
Right in the eyes.
What do you do next?
I'm going to run for my my trident.
Run for your trident. Okay.
I'm running slower than normal.
All right, so let's say you go over here. I don't remember exactly where you threw it, but we'll say you've recovered it. And
Picks it up with a slight fumble.
you have an additional action that you can use due to being a trickster, right? You use your Hand of Fate, so you gain an extra action for this turn.
Yeah,
it can be used on dash, dodge, hide, try to escape a grapple. I might be forgetting something.
As long as it's not an attack, right?
It's not.
So I'm gonna take a defensive position.
Oh wait, but you don't have your class features right now. Sorry.
That's right. So I'm going to take a defensive position as in standing here.
Yeah. At the end of your turn, roll a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh yeah. Please.
19.
You have recovered.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, baby.
Atticus, it's your turn. It laid some kind of curse upon you, though you're not quite sure what the effect is. What do you do?
Remus, go help them. I'll try and cut it off around the other side. And Atticus would like to run around through the cage section, and he will give his battle leader to his companion, so he can make an extra. So that's just his movement to go around, and then his Remus can move. If he can move between Gwox, if he can move into that triangle between the monster, Gwox, and Cynus, that'd be great.
I just got hit with a bad lag. I don't know if anyone else saw that.
I didn't.
I saw it on the map for a second, but not Discord or anything.
Okay, then Remus will go in with his dagger. He'll get a... That's a 12 to hit and a natural one.
It's like no between dice rolls in this game. It's either great or awful.
Alas, Remus's strike does not land. Neither of them.
He has a
I
shield.
do
ready,
like
and
the fact
ends-
that Remus is standing between me and it. Very considerate.
That ends his turn.
The creature starts its turn. Oh my. It sticks the eyeballs out again. Well, it's Gwox. He is roused horrific anger and some kind of deep-seated loathing,
Childhood,
shame.
childhood rage.
Oh, what have I done? I've lost my die. Here it is. Okay. Make a charisma saving throw as a ray stabs at your mind. You have
That's still up.
bless plus 1d4.
It's been nice knowing you guys.
Okay.
Sounds like a failure.
13, 14,
Matt.
15, 16.
Oh, you've succeeded. Okay. It does have a second eye ray, though.
Oh, shit.
This one, a sickly greenish ray strikes you straight in your core. Make a Constitution saving throw.
That sounds like just...
Yeah. Sounds like, yeah.
yeah. Constitution?
It is.
Do I still get less on that one?
You do.
Ten total. Disintegration, that's the word I'm looking for.
Something terribly toxic, some kind of supernatural toxin
Oh.
irradiates into you. You suffer 20 poison damage. And
My ovaries! I die.
Oh,
Don't you have resistance? No, I gave it to someone else. No, sorry.
Remus has it at the moment.
I had 3 hit points, guys.
you had
I've got a
3?
constitution of 10. I've got a constitution of 10 and 3 hit points. I die.
What is your max hit point?
25.
Plus the 5 I gave you?
It has to be enough damage
I'll be
to
a long
knock you
gone.
to 0 and the amount equal to your maximum.
Oh, okay, I'm mostly dead.
And the poison is lingering with you. Something's ongoing with it.
Another house rule is you take a point of exhaustion when you are knocked unconscious.
Yes. So anyone who's watched my Mirrormorn and Land of Dreams and Nightmares and such, if you get reduced to 0, you're dying, but you don't actually die. You get a level of exhaustion, which represents a wound that you've taken. I think we've got a big lag on OBS, so at least I am. So I apologize if that's messing anything up for anyone.
So I'm on minus 17.
Just a 0.
You just go to 0.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on 0. But I look worse.
Never say that. Is he dead? Is he dead? Oh, is he? Oh, he's not talking. He's not talking anymore.
Grazam, it is your turn. You're blessed, and you have some kind of strange curse upon you that you're not sure what the effect is.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna go up and on the left. Up and left. And tell me when I see Gwox.
Yep.
Gwox.
Right there.
Okay. I wanna cast Healing Word on him, and I wanna say that not time for sleep yet. We can sleep later with after some beer. Get up right now. And you heal for 5. You heal for 5.
Okay. Gwox,
And
welcome back to consciousness.
yes.
No.
And
No. Why do you do that?
The monster shouts at you, Grazam. It wanted to kill him. What are you doing?
if you want it so bad, you can take his split.
We hate you. We hate you.
The feeling is mutual. And I cast the Blade of Death
Okay.
on him.
Yeah.
That is a 13 to hit with my bless.
It's not enough. The Blade of Death sails past it like a sickle of shadow out into the open air. Good try, though.
And I want to go back again. I don't want him to see me.
Okay, you have 10 more feet left, so you
Yep.
go back to there. Cool.
Yeah. And my servant will try to invite him.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Oh, that's a 12. Nope.
Snap! Nothing. Again, it was a good thought, it was a good effort. Maybe next time. Cynus, it is your turn. You're blessed.
All right, so for my first attack, I drop my shoulder and I slam this dagger into this thing's thigh. I'm hoping. Let me roll for it.
Are you using one of your gladiator abilities?
I am not, but
No?
bear with me. I'm
Okay.
putting some flavor.
All right.
At above a 20.
Above a 20? Okay, that will hit.
And 8 damage. And then while this thing reels its heads up, I turn and look at the saber-toothed tiger's cage, and I throw my other dagger at the bar that's holding the door closed.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
All right. I rolled a 13, plus 3 is a 16, and I am going to use my channel divinity to add plus 10 to that roll.
Oh my goodness.
The gods of death approve.
Better to die than be enslaved.
You break the whole bolt mechanism off of the door, and the weight of the tiger just causes the whole door to collapse in. It growls fiercely.
And that's it.
It's actually the tiger's turn right now.
Hey!
The tiger leaps out.
Tiger has entered the fight.
It leaps at the monstrosity, enraged, maybe hungry. It's probably starving to death, and it attacks. Oh my goodness, where's my tiger? I got a tiger stat block in here somewhere. There it is. It makes a claw attack.
It worked.
It doesn't hit, unfortunately. The creature swats back the saber-toothed tiger and even snaps at it with its own weasel-like fangs. Gwox, start of your turn. The poison.
That was so many times.
No, it wasn't. it wasn't that bad.
Sneezing poison, the worst.
I want to
I have 5 hit points. You don't need to calculate that much, unless you're calculating my true death.
It deals 8 poison damage to you. And
Okay, I'm dead.
you again succumb.
Guys, I have a plan. I have a plan.
Die! Die!
Gwox, at the end of your turn, make a Constitution saving throw. You have Bless for plus 1d4.
Why do I keep rolling on my character sheet? 9.
The poison continues.
Yeah.
Atticus.
With a bless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Atticus will run around the corner so that he has sight on the monster and also on Gwox. And he'll say, Gwox, you can't die here. You look ugly. And that's his healing word. Will invigorate. And he gets back 7 hit points.
Right.
And also,
Gwox, you are sailing the sea of poison death, and you've been brought back to consciousness yet again.
I now have 2 levels of exhaustion.
You also need to get out of there! And I use Howl of the Alpha Wolf. And everyone within 60 feet can use their reaction to move their move speed.
I believe that is an epic wonders once per long rest.
That's an epic wonder. First effect is all allies within 60 feet use their reaction, or can use their reaction, to move their move speed. And I get extra attack.
You used it in the encounter with the Watchman.
Oh, I was going to, but we didn't need to in the end. I used my Hand of Fate.
Ah, okay. Okay. So, let me... Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and finish reading it.
Okay, so all of you can choose to use your reaction to move up to your move speed, if you choose so. And then I can make an attack roll with pack attack with an advantage if there's another ally nearby. And then another 2 rounds, there'll be extra attacks from me.
I would like to flee.
Gwox, would you like to crawl at half your speed?
Yes.
You are aware that you are within the 10-foot reach of the monster and would provoke an opportunity attack. Are you sure?
Yeah, but it's in range of the tiger, which would also get an opportunity attack if it tries attacking me, right? No? Worth a shot. I mean, it's got a tiger to contend with, a big saber-toothed tiger. I'm just this poisoned guy on the ground it's killed already twice. Can I crawl defensively?
What if?
I think Gwox.
I mean, I'm prone, right?
Grazam, do you want to move to your speed using your reaction?
No, I'm good there.
But Atticus, I'm sure will.
Atticus will use his reaction to move up. Yeah, he's going to move into melee with the creature.
Yep. You don't have to use your reaction, just the other people do because it's not their turn.
Oh, okay. Do I know if my net will work on this creature? Do I have an inkling that maybe it will help in some way?
It's large, right?
Yeah. What does the net say? It doesn't even have.
I think it says up to large creatures.
Yeah.
Okay. If that's the case, then yes, it's good.
Okay. All right. So I will attempt to throw a net. It's going to be a 14 to hit.
It's not enough. The creature swats it aside.
That's the end of my turn. Remus, though, he's going to attempt to knock the creature prone, if possible.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
It's going to be a 15.
It got a 13. Remus drives all of his weight and strength into the twin-headed monstrosity, and the giant thing hits the ground. It is prone.
If Gwox can still use his reaction, I hope it'll have disadvantage in his movement on the attack roll. It gets attack of opportunity.
It would have disadvantage. Yep, for being prone, and negative 1d4 for the bane. Is it worth it, Gwox? Is it worth it?
Can we sell you on partial cover? Because there are 3 people between you.
You would also have half cover plus 2 to your AC.
I mean, that sounds like a bargain.
but wait. Gwox himself is prone, so that would cancel out.
That would give
Because
him
it would have
But then
advantage and
Remus
disadvantage.
will use his reaction to use his protection sentinel ability if the attack hits.
Yeah.
Oh, so I
That's
don't
not how it
provoke an
works.
attack of opportunity if I'm dragged out of there.
If you have even just one advantage, the multiple disadvantages still cancel out.
I'm trying to argue.
Gwox, I don't want you to die. Just don't provoke, please. The thing can bite.
All right.
The thing can claw. It's even though the chances are low. It's yeah.
DM says no.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want to, you can. But
DM says, "Are you sure?"
I'm saying, are you
AJ
sure?
says no.
Okay.
Atticus says no.
Okay.
I'll just play dead. I'll pretend I'm dead. That'll make it happy.
It is the monster's turn. It is prone. Its eyeballs don't come back out this time.
Nice.
It stands.
I hope that cat eats its eyeballs.
Gwox. Gwox. You pissed this thing off so bad. That's not even the right word for it. You did something that like touched on a deep nerve, deeply disturbing.
As only a
this thing.
true trickster can.
So it has advantage on its attacks against you because you're prone, but you have +2 to your AC for half cover from your allies. Are you ready for this?
It has Bane, right? It
He has Bane.
Yep, it has
He has
Bane.
Bane. Yeah, I've already rolled the first Bane back
You
like a
should
couple
have
turns ago.
crawled.
If one of them hits, Remus will try to protect you against one attack, if possible.
Okay,
Why?
does Remus want to impose disadvantage on the first one?
If it hits, he will.
Okay. Here's this is the first bite. It's gonna hit, so he imposes the.
He's disadvantage.
Yeah, but see, the thing has advantage, so when you impose disadvantage, all
So
it does
you
is just make
It's
it
just
even
normal.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normal.
Yeah.
Then?
So just normal, it has a 23 to hit. You have +2 to your AC? No, I'm sure that doesn't. Okay. Yeah. Gwox.
+6 unarmored,
You take
+1 for the
you
dragon
take
scale.
14. You take 14 piercing. Here's the second head biting you.
I'm already dead now.
It's yeah. The second.
So I'm
head,
currently on 0.
the second head
I haven't even rolled any death saves yet.
is a 16 to hit. You have +2 to your AC.
No, that will not hit.
Okay, it snaps and like it gets swatted aside by your allies. Now it makes a claw attack.
Good, I'm only dead.
This I don't think Gwox is gonna survive this. Okay, so remind me. Okay, I'm unclear about Remus's status. Does he still have his thing where he can impose
So he can-
disadvantage?
one time per as a reaction.
Okay,
And you
do you
can
wanna do-
choose if it's hit.
Okay, do you want to? I think we're gonna do it now because it changes it from advantage to just a single die.
Okay, we'll
Is that,
go for it.
Is that what you want? Okay. Here
Yep.
we go.
He's trying to do something.
And the Bane subtracts a D4. It's a natural 1. It's a natural 1. Okay.
Oh!
And now it's second claw.
with the pain, it did negatives.
It's second claw.
Bye, Claw.
2 bites, 2 claws.
So just for the viewers at home, I'm currently at 0 hit points. With now, if I get revived again, 3 levels of exhaustion. There's a total of 6 levels of exhaustion. The level 6 is death.
Yeah.
Okay, so it got a 17 to hit, -4 from Bane to a 13. And you have half cover. It looks at its claws as though despairing, bemoaning, bewailing. Gwox has a 3rd wound. He is unconscious again. He's back into the dying state. He still has the poison ongoing.
He's reached that point in the horror
But
movie
he's
where the stabbing
not-
just becomes a sound and he's not even reacting anymore.
He's technically not dead.
He's just on the edge
dying.
of death. He's just worse than dead. Just bring me back and kill me, and bring me back and kill me, and bring me back and kill me again.
Grazam, it is your turn.
Any kitty comfort?
Grazam.
Yeah, okay. I want to
Kill me.
pick again. I see Gwox. What did I tell you already? Just get up! And I want to cast the Healing Word again. My last level 1 spell slot.
Did my character just refuse and die?
No. I won't let you.
No.
Okay, that's again 5 hit points.
Okay. Uh-huh.
And as an action, I want to... Yes. I will cast a Death Ward. Let's see if it hits.
Blade of Death?
Blade of Death, yes, Death Ward. Oh my goodness. Come on!
Don't forget the plus 1d4 from Bless.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's +1. It's I rolled the 1. 13.
13's not enough.
Okay, and how?
Once I rip his head off, you're next, Cleric! We're going to gnaw your bones! Your bones!
I see the others. Don't let him come at me. Don't let him come at me. And I want us to go 5 feet, only 5 feet. Only 5 feet, because next turn I might need to use something else. Yes, so now the Celestial will do its attack.
Yep, the Celestial Crocodile snaps.
The Celestial Crocodile, 19!
That is good, yes.
Boom! And that's a d6 plus 1. Nice, that's 7 bludgeoning damage, and it is grappled, so it has 0 movement.
Okay. The Celestial Crocodile snaps, its jaws clamp onto the monster. Excellent. Cynus.
I'm checking something here. Okay.
Hey,
Creatures
I think you have some Gladiator abilities you can use.
I do. I just don't need them because I have Bless. But yeah, this thing does have a pretty high AC. Does it seem very lithe and limber? Is it a dexterous creature to my imagining?
Slightly, but nothing that impresses you.
I'm going to go ahead and use, just for the hell of it, a Raptor Strike. This lets me target their Dex score in place of their AC for my attack.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be the first attack. 22. And
Yes.
the second one.
Yes.
Higher.
With the precision of a bird of prey, you strike him in his vulnerable gap between his armpit and his ribs.
There's no more prayers. Cynus is just slamming his body into this thing. And every time he pulls away and moves to a new spot, there's just giant lacerations everywhere. 18 points of piercing damage.
It certainly responds to that. But it's still standing.
No second wind, no action surge. Bonus action. That's it.
The saber-toothed tiger rears up yet again in the struggle. He makes an attack with claws. That'll do it. 22 to hit. Rakes the monstrosity for 13 slashing.
Become Atticus's new mount.
Gwox. At the beginning of your turn, you suffer 11 poison damage.
You get a death save straight away. A death fail, sorry.
He was at like 5, so it just reduces him to 0 again.
Oh, right, yeah.
Make a Constitution saving throw at the end of your turn.
All right. No.
The poison persists. So, Gwox is currently at 4 wounds, which means disadvantage on ability checks, half speed, disadvantage on attacks and saves. I guess you had disadvantage on that save there. And halved your maximum hit points. The next wound is your speed 0. The next wound is death. Atticus.
Atticus is going to take the dodge action after seeing what happened to Gwox. And then he's going to use his special netcaster bonus action, which you can do once per short rest, to throw a net. Okay, it's going to be a 21 to hit.
You have netted the monster.
And then Remus is going to try and knock it prone. And he's going to get a 21 for his knocking prone.
That's really good. Strength opposed, got a 7. Remus topples over the monster yet again, and this time it's roped up. Its speed is 0. It's restrained. Restrained and prone. That is a nasty combination. It's also grappled. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Restrained,
May you
prone,
be
and
bound
grappled.
up in all of your curses.
Ooh. Ooh. That's pretty good.
And that ends his turn.
We're back to the monster. Eyeballs remain retracted at this point.
Yes.
Trying to kill it is intent on ripping Gwox limb for limb.
Make a
Doing a good
DC
job.
10 action strength check.
Gwox, you have +2 to your AC for half cover from your allies. The monster is going to attack with disadvantage and a negative 1d4 for Bane.
Keep the disadvantage cancels out.
That is true. That is true. Okay. Though, one of these Remus can impose disadvantage. Wait, no, never mind. Sorry, I've misspoken. Okay.
Yeah.
So, it's a flat roll, negative 1d4 for Bane. This is the first bite. Well, it's a nat 19. I'm sure it's going to hit you. In the low 20s. The first bite sinks right into Gwox. Counts as a critical hit. 2 failed death saves. The second head does much the same. Awkwardly flailing. Ow! Ow! Desperately trying to kill this one who uttered what it never wanted to hear ever again.
But I did.
14.
No regrets.
You have +2. You have half cover.
Yep. So that's my natural armor class is, if I have my class abilities, that's +6 for unarmored, +1 for the dragon scale, so
you got
17.
Yeah, you got all your abilities back.
17.
Okay.
17.
17. Okay.
17.
All right. So 17 is what it's trying to hit. All right. It has two claws. It reaches, swings awkwardly. Let me look at something here.
You can do this to your players if you pick up Esper's Emporium Vesoterica.
Okay, here we go.
It hurts so good.
Oh my. I'm sure that misses. Yeah. It's got a nat 5 and rolled a 4 on the Bane die. Okay, here we go. Oh, oof. I think it's an 18. It's an 18. It's 21 minus 3. It grabs hold of Gwox and just rips his head off. Gwox.
There is no Gwox. There is only meat.
There's a little steaming vapor trail of acid.
It's a chew.
Blood mixed with some kind of vile poison fountains out from his stump of his neck.
Gwox, no!
Atticus.
I'll have your heads off!
That's right. It's just a flesh wound.
And bone and nerve and everything. Atticus, your friend has just been brutally slain right before your very eyes. The monster is covered in lacerations, stabs, claw marks, but it's still, it's not standing, it's prone, but it's still alive.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Then I will plunge my trident.
Phase
into
2
its
of Howl the Alpha
sickening
Wolf.
heart with the yes, and with advantage, and it's going to be a 23 to hit, and it's prone, so it doesn't. The Alpha Wolf normally forces it to make a strength save or fall prone, but it already is prone.
Yeah.
So it's going to take 6 points of piercing damage, and then Remus will also attack with advantage, and that's going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
Yep.
And he'll deal 3 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
The one.
The two of you stab the creature, shouting, "No!" having seen Gwox be brutally ripped in twain. Or I guess head ripped from body. So with Howl the Alpha Wolf, if this creature stands up, it provokes opportunity attacks.
Yes.
If it stands up before the end of the wonder, it provokes opportunity attacks. Unless
So
it
this
disengages.
round and next round.
Yep. The Alpha Wolf, or the Wolf Pack, led by the Alpha, is about ready to destroy the thing. You think it looks mightily damaged. I believe I skipped somebody.
Remus
think-
and Atticus have had their turns.
Did I think I skipped somebody in there. The
Maybe me?
The
They'd be confused because there's one
Yeah.
less player character.
The monster killed Gwox. And we were supposed
I usually
to
go after the monster.
Yeah, we were supposed to go to Grazam and Cynus. Sorry about that. Okay, go ahead, Grazam.
Okay. Well, I've heard some an ominous noise, so I want to go and see. And I'm ready to cast a level 2 healing word on Gwox again, because I'm sure he's down again. When I see when I see him without a head, I want to. No! And I want to shout as loud as I can. And with my bonus action, I will try and hit the creature with my spirit weapon.
Yep.
Oh. Nope. That's a 13.
13, nope, it's not enough.
Yep. And I want to hit with the blade of death.
You have disadvantage. It's prone.
Straight roll because it's restrained, though.
That's true. That is true.
Oh, and the spirit weapon had advantage.
That is true also.
Let me roll that again.
Yes.
Natural 1.
These are important things. We can't neglect these.
Natural 1.
Ah,
Doesn't matter.
okay, so go ahead and release the blade
The
of
blade
death.
hits.
Excellent.
Natural 20.
Critical hit. All right,
A
2d8.
critical fail and a critical hit, yes. Okay, that's 2d8. That's 11 points of necrotic damage. Because I'm super furious. Die, you spawn of 9 health! Die! And I'm tossing my blade. And I want to run towards Gwox. I don't care if I'm close to it.
Okay. You utter a fierce incantation, sending forth the blade of death. It slashes the creature mightily, It's not slain, not quite, but you've left it like gravely injured. And you run as much as you can in the direction of Gwox, shouting in disbelief that your comrade has fallen so.
And my celestial servant?
Yes,
will
it has
take a
advantage
bite.
on the attack.
Yes, it does. Has +3. Let's hope. That's a 5, and that's an 18. Okay, 21.
Yep.
Okay. For 3 damage.
Okay. The celestial crocodile, savages the things in its jaws a bit more. Cynus, we're looking at you now.
Whereas Grazam saw Gwox's slain body and screamed in terror, Cynus sees it and screams in joyous revelry. In his mind, death is not a bad thing. Death is the conclusion. Death gets you to the next place. And so Cynus slams his fists into his metallic chest.
Yes! Serve death!
And then he turns his attention onto this prone, grappled, restrained creature that's flailing on the ground, and he pounces onto it with his 2 daggers. I'm having a little bit of brain fog tonight from a medical issue, so I went ahead and pre-rolled my damage and did that for 27 points of damage.
That will be lethal. What happens? Describe to us what happens, Cynus.
Rejoice in death!
And he pounces onto this thing, blades first, like you see swashbucklers sliding down sails in movies. He stabs it into this thing's belly and drags it down the side of it. And as the flesh kind of peels back, and does this thing bleed normal blood or ichor? I know it
Normal
oozed
blood.
from the eyes.
Yeah, normal blood.
As it sprays this hot, fresh blood everywhere, Cynus just reaches both hands in, and the daggers clatter onto the ground, and he starts pulling everything he can find out of this thing. Blood showers everywhere. He can smell the bloody sand of the arena and hear the crowd in his own mind, and all you can hear is this laughter from some damned thing in hell.
Die!
Cynus revels in the bloodbath.
When it stops moving and Cynus is left there steaming in this blood, he says,
Praise be!
Cynus, you have turned the creature into a veritable bloodbath and disemboweled it, reaching in nearly as far as its heart. And a eerie effect unfolds before your very eyes. The horror, the body begins to shift. Strands separated. It pulls apart, it shrivels, it shrinks, and you see before you 2 men, human men, disemboweled, dead, blood spattered, just gore everywhere. We're going to pause that moment, though I would like to ask Gwox, do you have a god, Gwox? Do you have a deity?
He's truly polytheistic, so he's like most citizens and just worships at whatever temple he needs to. So if he's going on a sea voyage, he gives offerings to a sea god, etc.
Gwox, your soul leaves your body. And it exits from beyond the veil of the mortal world and you catch glimpses there to one lower angle is a pit of torment where souls wail in agony and torture and damnation. To the other side, you see swirling winds of chaos, a great storm beyond all comprehension. And there you see a mountain looming over a battlefield with clashes eternal. And above and beyond that, starry nebulae and the beacons of a great celestial heaven beyond. These and many more realms splay in kaleidoscope as you float. You find yourself in a chamber, a circular chamber without doors or egress of any variety. There is a being in this chamber, tall as two men, with skin the color of snow with a pale blue tint. It wears highly ornate dress, celestial silks and patterns, colors even beyond anything you've seen, adorned with jewelry, diamonds of astral varieties. It has 3 eyes, 2 in normal positions and 1 third eye between them, all glowing softly. And it looks at you.
So I'm dead.
You have perished, mortal.
Yeah. Did my companions live?
The answer to that is yes, though their fate is uncertain still.
Ah,
But we are not to speak
good.
of them. Tell me,
Yeah.
what is your greatest sin, Gwox?
Pride.
And what did your pride cause you to do?
Well, think that I could beat a giant terrorizing mutant monster by calling out its former name. Seemed like a good idea at the time.
That seems hardly a sin worth of any great punishment.
Oh, right. Well, I was a pirate for a while, so lots of good, honest combat, and the occasional theft. But I tried to do good.
The being touches the wall, and a little line of light creates a door. It opens, the stone moves aside. There is a grim and dark hallway beyond. Come
Yep.
with me.
Okay.
I am to show you now a tour of a great many fate for thieves, for liars, for murderers.
Okay.
Do you accept this?
Well, are we saying it's up to me? Because
Speak as you will, mortal.
I think I've got a lot left to give, you know? Like, I was sort of only just sort of starting out on my track there, and sure, it was a bit wobbly and everything, but I was fully on planning on being like a, you know, steal from the rich, give to the poor folk hero type person. And I did avoid killing people. And that thing was definitely a big monstrous horror, so no, I don't steal for the hell of it. I'm not a thief.
Then we will take our time on our tour, and perhaps you will learn from what you see. And let us hope that this will not be your ultimate fate. And our tour will last for a great length of time. And if such comes that you are called back into your mortal vessel, so be it. And if not,
what
you will
do I call
proceed
you?
on.
Do you have a name?
Yes. My name is Gian.
Great. Is that good for like summoning circles and stuff, or?
You're a very funny person. I enjoy that. I have a feeling this tour is not going to be boring in the least. And with that, the celestial being takes you down this corridor, and we'll see what your fate is, but it's actually going to give you a tour for, well, in the mortal world, what would account to years of time. And you're going to see the fates of those dark souls who perpetrated evil in their lives. But the sense that you get is that at the end of it all, it's not going to condemn you to one of these fates, but it wants you to see them. It wants you to be aware of them. But it seems the indication that you're getting is that after you've gone through this tour, you're actually going to move on to a not so grim fate. But it's given you plenty of time on this tour, just in case someone performs some kind of ritual back on the material plane and calls your spirit back. And we will leave things at that. Everybody, thanks for playing. This was an awesome session. We may never see Gwox again, but maybe we will. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a good test out of that character class. I quite liked Gwox.
Yeah, he's... I'm actually playing a Trickster in a campaign myself, and I'm loving it.
I said this in the Discord, but Gwox bought us like 6 full rounds of none of us getting murdered. And that is a great sacrifice.
Yeah. Let's pretend I got perforated multiple times because I intended to save you all. Sounds much better.
By the way, you all have accrued 2 milestones.
Level up. Think. No.
Can I roll
It's
up
10.
a character who doesn't have milestones, so I'm like behind the others?
You can if you want, or you can have it be the same milestones as what this guy has now.
I like the old skill of like having to try and catch up because you got killed.
Sure. I'm going to talk to you about that at some point because I've had this desire, this wish in my head for a while, and to implement it in a campaign. But that's really its own topic. So, but it has to do with no one ever gets any free experience, ever. Every single experience point must be earned. So anytime you have a new character, it just starts with 0, nothing at level 1. Anyways, that's a discussion of game philosophy and stuff for another time. Once again, thank you all for playing. Looking forward to session number 3. We'll do that here in 2 weeks. AJ will probably have a different character. And
a different t-shirt because this one's cursed for sure.
Yeah, thanks everyone for following along. Again, if you're interested in checking out the book and the adventure, go to esperthebard.com. And may your adventures be many. Good night, everyone, or good day, depending upon where you're in the world. See ya.